Englisch, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Und jetzt, okay, noch die Kollegin kurz.
Englisch, hören Sie mich auch auf dem englischen Kanal? Wunderbar, vielen Dank. Und jetzt noch Deutsch? Hallo, ja, das ist Deutsch, hören Sie mich? Wunderbar,
Ich bin
prima.
auch ganz kurz auf dem Deutschen und okay, wunderbar, das funktioniert.
this is actually quite easy, but also what we're hearing today. So we will hear a lot about carbon neutrality, we hear a lot about innovations, and of course we will hear a lot about IAA transportation and what you as media can expect in Hanover this September. So now I have the great honor to welcome our VDA president, Ms. Müller, on the stage. If you want to ask Ms. Müller any questions due to a tight schedule, she will be available the whole day. And thank you, and Ms. Müller, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We decided to have interpreting because we have several languages here in the room, and consequently you should have the possibility to listen on the different channels to this conference in German or in English. I'm pleased to be able to welcome you and those who were with us yesterday evening. Well, we could see that we were all delighted that we could have face-to-face chats, face-to-face discussions. This shows that the personal encounter is really precious. We all learned a lot about digital conferences in the past, but face-to-face exchanges cannot be substituted. And consequently, I'd like to thank you. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for being interested in the new IAA transportation. We're delighted and happy to be able to plan the IAA yesterday evening. I've said that we regretted that 2 years ago because we all acted responsibly. We regretted that we had to cancel the IAA, and we are delighted that we have the opportunity to see the future of transportation this year on the IAA. The last 2 years changed a lot. Let me say a couple of things about the general situation. The pandemic was everywhere, was responsible for lockdowns, and in mobility it changed a lot. Supply chains were interrupted. Also, we couldn't get everyday items, everyday goods, and the industry faced issues, faced problems. People acted cautiously. Buses were empty. People were doing teleworking, working from home. And if I'm thinking of Corona, I have to thank all the logistic people, all the truck drivers, the lorry drivers. They were responsible for full supermarkets. People could still buy goods in supermarkets, and this shows how important transportation logistics is. We are delivering goods and services to people, and this is an important topic in our society. Now, after 2 years, we're delighted that this encounter here is possible. It was hard for us in the last years to cancel this encounter, but today we would like to present the new IAA, an interesting world of transportation and logistics, the logistics of tomorrow. We will see modern technologies to reduce CO2 emissions. We will see improved supply chains, a lot of ideas regarding the last mile. This is what you'll see today. But at the same time, those times today are changing. We are all facing a transformations, but times are demanding. The pandemic is still there. COVID-19 is still there. The virus still leads to enormous problems, especially thanks to the zero COVID strategy in China. But the world is not only affected by the pandemic these days. Ladies and gentlemen, since February, Russia is attacking Ukraine with an unpredicted war. People are suffering. Yesterday we could see that a shopping mall was attacked by the Russians, and this war led to economic changes, to drastic changes in geopolitics, in our geopolitical strategy. The German government condemns this war. The suppliers and the manufacturers have positioned themselves, and we are standing behind Ukraine. We are standing behind the embargo. Parallelly, this war leads to scarcity when it comes to raw materials. The supply chains are affected, and especially energy safety, energy provision, affordable energy has reached a new dimension. This war highlights that the European Union, that Germany needs to start energy partnerships. Solar energy, wind energy needs to be expanded. And beyond that, we need a working hydrogen economy that needs to be built up, that is of utter importance for transportation of the future. There is a lot of competition going on. International markets for renewables are growing outside of Germany, and we need to start those partnerships. Those partnerships, they lead to growth, to wealth, and to development. And this is why I'm delighted that you're all interested from all over the world. You came to us, and this shows that networking has not failed. Globalization has become more important than ever. Aggressions from states show us that the world community needs to stand together, needs to cooperate, and we need to foster our networking, our cooperation. It's not only about the economic coexistence, it's really about peace, about freedom for the world. And let's work together consequently. Let's send out a signal from the IAA Transportation to the world, how important connected markets are. Ladies and gentlemen, another important aspect is energy safety, security, energy provision in Germany, all over the world. After the alarm signal of the emergency plan gas in Germany, after this signal, this topic became even more important. We as an industry, we make an important contribution. We drastically reduced our gas consumption. At the same time, the politicians need to act. The so-called energy safety legislation, I'm granting the international colleagues this excursus to German politics. We have this legislation for the industry, for private people. We are seeing this legislation in a critical way. This could lead to negative consequences. We need a fair distribution of the burdens in all areas, and should the planned mechanism arrive, then we need an emergency plan for the industry, for companies who are in danger. We faced a lot of stress in the last 2 years. The automotive industry is transforming, faced already a challenge, and this will lead to more issues. The current situation highlights that we need to become independent from fossil energy. We need more speed when it comes to renewable. We need more decisiveness, more speed, better planning legislation, and more investment. Only then we can achieve the climate goals, the ambition climate goals, and only then we can show at the same time that climate protection, wealth, and growth are not contradicting each other. A lot of people all over the world will observe us. They will observe us whether we will be successful. And it is also important to not only look at the energy topic. We need good external politics when it comes to raw materials, to commodities. We need to act in a diversified way. This is why we need a lot more international partnerships on the global level, on an international level. We need to cooperate with more regions in the world. This is really key. This is really decisive. And it is good news that the German government now decided to sign CETA, and we hope that CETA now will pass the German government, the German parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, the current developments, geopolitical and economic developments, they affect the transport markets. During this year, we launched 30,000 new vehicles, 6% less than this year, with minus 20%. The German market of light vehicles, those up to 6 tons, after the first 5 months, the German market is noticeably below the previous year. Altogether, until May, 93,000 transporters have been sold. This is a dip of 23,400 units. The German markets in this year are below the level of 2019. The European market and the Western European market for heavy industrial vehicles this year achieved a minus of 4%. The US-American market achieved minus 7%. At the same time, the Chinese market changes minus 60% on the Chinese market compared to the previous year. There is less investment, and this leads to a lot of dips in the market. Because of the current situation for the year 2022, for the heavy vehicle market, we are expecting a development of minus 4%. This is what we're expecting for this year. For China, we're expecting minus 20%. For the heavy US market, the outlook for 2022 looks like plus 5%. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformation motor for more climate protection, despite all those challenges, cannot stop. On the contrary, this market needs to start, needs to develop. We want to achieve climate neutrality, and we are designing this transformation. We are convinced that we are on the right journey, on the right path. This is why companies of the automotive sector are investing until 2026 220 billion euros. They're investing this into research and development. You will learn some of the ideas of the companies. You can look forward to an interesting look into tomorrow's logistics. The transformation, ladies and gentlemen, is also a social transformation. All stakeholders involved, all social partners, all stakeholders need to work together in those difficult times and need to work together, and then our story can become a success story. To achieve those ambitious goals, the companies need to have an input, need to put in an effort, but the political framework is also decisive. Until now, we have no charging infrastructure that corresponds to the needs of heavy trucks. We are happy that Mr. Wissing, the German minister, launched a summit this year, and it is time now, and it is a positive time that the dialogue starts. And I've made clear this year where the issues are when it comes to the charging structure. We need to have a European charging structure for heavy vehicles. This needs to be a top priority. The companies are already putting in an effort themselves. Now we need to build up a German network for trucks, for lorries. We need a charging structure. We need high voltage structure for heavy vehicles and for buses until 2030. On German motorways, we need the charging structure. We need to have the electrical capacity. And very often we are discussing the issues above the earth, but it's decisive what's happening below the earth. This is very important on an international level. We need to build up a hydrogen network for heavy vehicles, especially for transporter traffic. Hydrogen is a further opportunity to reduce CO2 reduction, and our path until 2035, we need to fulfill our plan. The plan 2027 to 2025 needs to be developed, and we are expecting from the German government that in the European bargaining that we are expecting from them that they will strive for a further development of the A4 alternative energy plan. The network needs to become more dense. The performance for heavy trucks needs to improve. And this is especially valid because we have a fleet margin. In this review, we want to sharpen the figures if we need more speed when it comes to the charging infrastructure. Today, the European environmental ministers are meeting in Luxembourg, and we need to look after the large charging infrastructure for cars, but also for heavy trucks and lorries. It's decisive that the future fleet threshold values will go hand in hand with the charging infrastructure. Otherwise, we will fail. We will fail. The strategy to reduce CO2 emissions in the transport sector will fail. We in the automotive industry, we want climate neutrality, but we shouldn't forbid things. We should provide incentives, incentives on a municipal level, in the personal transport level. Programs should be designed in such a way that the long-term goals can be efficient, can be achieved. Incentives and the ramp-up of the charging infrastructure should be regularly checked and evaluated and adapted if necessary. And we need as less red tape as possible. We, ladies and gentlemen, we are against prohibitions. Of course, we do not want to see what we've seen in Austria. I would also like to highlight the situation of the truck drivers, of the lorry drivers. They have very often, they have issues, and we should really fight for them. We should have good framework conditions, good working conditions for drivers. And I'd also like to highlight that we need to talk about the mobility of the future. We will do that during the IAA Transportation. We shouldn't fight against each other. We need to find new connected mobility solutions. We need to develop them. We are facing different challenges, and we need different solutions. We shouldn't have the same solution for all stakeholders involved. We have different conditions. All stakeholders all over Europe have different conditions, and we need to achieve differentiated solutions if we want to combine all our solutions. And this is why we are striving for connected solutions for all stakeholders involved. And we hope that the German railway, the Deutsche Bahn, that they will tackle their issues, that they will overcome their issues when it comes to transport capacities, so that we end up with more goods on rail tracks. Ladies and gentlemen, we need new and innovative solutions for transport and logistics. You will find such solutions during this year's IAA Transportation in Hanover. We have launched a new concept for the IAA Transportation in Hanover, so that we will end up with a new platform for transport, logistics and buses. My colleague Jan Heckmann will talk about the new ideas of IAA. I can promise you that the IAA in Hanover will be an interesting one, and I'm looking forward to seeing you face to face in Hanover. And I'd like to thank our organizational team now. They've designed a brilliant program. They've designed a brilliant evening yesterday evening, and I hope that the working conditions for you were satisfactory for you yesterday. Thanks to the organizational team of VDA, we have designed a program that highlights the innovative force of our industry. I hope that you can see that in the program. I hope that this event will be an interesting one, a successful one, and I hope that you will have fruitful discussions during this event. Thank you.
One for IAA Transportation to underline or to highlight for me is the power of innovation. And our next guest is currently on a road of change. That sounds like a really high challenge. We welcome now Mr. Gerrit Marx from Iveco on stage, and he will tell us about the Iveco way and what does that mean actually for IAA Transportation. Thank you, and Mr. Marx, the stage is yours.
So yeah, on the road to change, or road of change. I won't tell you all the things that we're going to show at the IAA, because a few things are still in motion, but I'm going to say and conceptualize most of it in the next couple of pages. For those who don't know us, because we are a newly listed company, just briefly, we're 8 brands, which you see at the bottom, which is the capital, the bus brands. We have the truck, the FPT, industrial powertrain business, Iveco Defense, which is now rebranded IDV. So we have removed Iveco from the defense division as its brand name, but it is a very strong standalone business in itself, Astra and Magirus. We have a lot of plants, a lot of R&D centers, 34,000 employees, most of them in Europe. And we are about a 13 billion euro revenue company. 75–80% of that is in Europe. So we are essentially a very European-centric group. We were founded in 1975, which is not only my year of birth, but it's 1975 was the year when Iveco came together, multiple brands, and it was actually Europe's first truck group, if not the world's first truck group, comprising of several brands, most of them European. And from that moment on, several other brands joined the group, and eventually we were merged into CNH Industrial, and we were demerged from CNH Industrial, which is called a spin-off. And as of January 1st, we are an independently listed truck and powertrain, well, bus, commercial vehicle and powertrain group at the Milan Stock Exchange. That's just a few minutes to start with, to get everybody in the same spot, so who we are and what we are not anymore, and where you can find us. We will be present at the IAA with 3 of our 8 brands, predominantly obviously with the Iveco commercial vehicle, and I will talk a bit about the things we're going to show. The Iveco bus in a significantly reduced presence, we discussed this yesterday as well in the VDA round, which show a few projects, but you know, we had massive presentations of our bus business in Turkey and in France, which were very dedicated bus shows, but we'll have some projects on display as well. And very, very importantly, innovations around the powertrain division from FPT Industrial. But we are not there alone. We are together with partners. And you've heard us talk about the partnering the Iveco way. We are not of a size that we can invent everything ourselves, and we don't want to, because I think there are very agile and very young companies around us that help us to accelerate in this direction. I'll talk about a few of those later in my very short presentation here. A few things to highlight. I mean, we are doing the autonomous world with Plus AI. We have the autonomous trucks capable of stage 4 ADAS running as we speak on test tracks in Europe, one of them actually in Balocco, Italy. So that's coming. And also on the battery side, we are developing our own batteries. We're producing them actually later this year for the electric daily, which I'll talk about as well. We have autonomous systems for the buses with EasyMile, and a great partnership as well is with Amazon Web Services, where we use the Alexa speech layer to basically connect all the systems of the truck, connected all the systems with the central control room, as well as with the haulers and the dispatchers. And we are not using the data, it's not going to Amazon, it's just the layer of Alexa, which is addressing another issue of the driver shortage in Europe, because Alexa speaks basically every language of Europe, and you can universal use your mother tongue to communicate within the fleet with the haulers, etc. It's a universal translation interface. One partnership which is not on this page yet, but we announced it, is obviously the partnership with Hyundai, which is a pretty comprehensive set of things we work on, and we'll show more of what this means and where this is going at the IAA. So much for the general introduction. We'll be at the IAA in booth, in Hall 24. We'll have 16 vehicles inside, 27 outside, and 10 for test drive, including obviously the electric Nikola Tre truck built in Ulm. We're going to use one of those vehicles that we are preparing for the port of Hamburg, and you will have the pleasure to drive it, which is the most powerful electric heavy-duty articulated truck you can drive without any shifting. I hope they have a 40-ton GVW and a fully loaded trailer there. Otherwise, this thing is a bit too powerful, I would say. But we're going to downgrade it, obviously, for serious use. So this is a bit about where you find us. There will be a press conference on the 19th of September, I think around 10:30 or so, and you're obviously invited for the Iveco press conference, and there's also a Nikola press conference on the same day. One of the key world premieres that we're going to showcase at the IAA is the Electric Daily, which is our quite market segment leading cab chassis vehicle, where we have 25% market share in the cab chassis segment. We're going to have it in a fully modular platform, which you can see on the sustainability side. You can choose 1, 2, or 3 batteries. It's fully modular, And all the superstructures that you can fit today on a daily, you can fit on the e-daily without any change. Even the PTOs are sitting in the same place. The electrification was done with a very, very clear target to keep it as simple, if not the same, for every superstructure that will be put on the electric daily. The battery power is 37 kilowatt hours per battery. Again, 1, 2, or 3. And these batteries are produced by FPT Industrial based on micro-rust modules. And yeah, we're also going to have those batteries on display, including the batteries as well, which we will put into our new Crossway low-entry electric. We have, well, the very known daily versatility of basically, being capable of, serving any segment in the light commercial vehicle industry will be electrified. And you can see this with a PTO up to 15 kilowatt power. You know the chassis. We have charging infrastructure available as well. We have a configurator, etc. What we're also going to show is a prototype of a daily with fuel cell. So you can see we have 1, 2, or 3 batteries. It's quite simple. We just remove 2 batteries and then we put a fuel cell in the space. And what young companies or startups call in their fancy language surfboard or skateboard, Iveco has never abandoned. We always had a chassis, and the chassis is nothing but the same concept of a surfboard or skateboard. And with the electrification, this gives us a great advantage to electrify this very important segment from 3.5 to up to 7.2 tons GVW. So you'll see the full lineup of the e-daily, and you will see a fuel cell range extended prototype, which will give us in the 7.2 ton configuration a range of up to 400 kilometers based on, let's see, about 10 kilograms of hydrogen at the 700 bar gaseous pressure. So that shall be enough for this segment and will be fully dedicated to zero emission in the segment. But not only, not on this page, we're going to showcase special editions of the daily. Highly emotional, very famous names we'll use to create a special edition on the electric daily, but as well on the daily 4x4. I didn't give you a page here, but we're going to have the daily 4x4 in its latest, newest edition there as well. And obviously as well the daily in minibus versions available in gas and CNG and hybridization. So this is pretty much what we have for the daily. But the e-daily is the world premiere, as you can imagine. So on the bus side, as I mentioned, we were pretty strong and pretty broad in Turkey and in France in very dedicated bus shows. We're going to bring a few projects to the IAA. We're going to showcase some of the high sellers, but there's not the presence that we had seen in Turkey or France. So we will, for example, we'll showcase, we're doing in Italy an in-road charging infrastructure through induction. So we're going to bring that to the IAA just to showcase that this could be a way to use in-road charging as an option. It's one of the ways we need to explore in order to electrify this part of transport. So we'll be there with a bus, but the presence was way more dominant and present in Turkey and France. Very important, very, very important is the FPT presence at the IAA. From the e-powertrain lineup, you know that in 2019, when we announced the partnership with Nikola, we were the first to go after a full electric e-axle. While there was an obvious way to do a retrofit of a diesel with an electric engine in the middle, a transmission in between, and then you just use a conventional re-axle, which is from a vehicle packaging impossible, or at least it's completely not delivering the value and the range that is required. So the first step was and will always be an electric axle, where basically the engine, the clutch, the transmission, the prop shaft, everything consolidates into just the axle in order to allow a fully modular vehicle packaging. And we're going to showcase at the IAA, obviously, the full lineup of the e-axles that we have developed, from a light-duty e-axle to a medium-duty e-axle, to obviously the heavy-duty e-axle, which is in its first generation in serious production for the Nikola Tre lineup in the US as well as in Europe. But there's also next generations of those axles coming, which is very, very important. On the internal combustion engine, we're going to showcase as well here our all-new, brand new, not even the screw the same, Cursor 13 engine. So we'll replace the current Cursor 13 engine in 2024 with an all-new diesel engine, which is not only capable of diesel, but obviously of gas as well, with substantial fuel consumption reduction versus today. And that engine can as well if the suppliers are capable of supplying us suitable injectors and other components, hydrogen. We do have hydrogen combustion engines on test benches, which everybody else has as well. Hydrogen combustion engines are, in terms of durability and, let's say, their ability to put into vehicles at its infancy. We believe we need to play on all combustion technologies in order to have access to renewable fuels, as President Müller mentioned. We just cannot back only electric as commercial vehicles. This is not going to go anywhere, and we cannot simplify our technology answer to the simplicity of what, let's say, the political mind can understand. We need to play in battery electric for more the regional. We need to play in fuel cell electric range extended for the more longer haul, repetitive routes. And we absolutely need renewable fuels in the propulsion for commercial vehicles in the long run. Think of 2.5 million heavy-duty trucks on European roads, including Eastern Europe, and you're adding 250,000 every year, and you're retiring 250,000 every year. If we as a manufacturers are able to deliver 10% of newly registered vehicles zero-emission electric in 2025, and then it increases until 2030, we will have 200 to 300,000 electric heavy-duty trucks on roads within a fleet of 2.5 million. This is not going to, it helps. I'm not saying it's ridiculously low, but it is not delivering the contribution we need to bend the climate curve. So there's no way around renewable fuels. And we are not only doing the next generation combustion engines for on-road, we're also doing this for off-road. As you know, we have a substantial exposure to construction machines and agriculture. And agriculture is not going to go electric in the heavy machines. It just doesn't make any sense to go electric in those fields. For small tractors, maybe, for small excavators, maybe, but for the large machines, it doesn't make sense. The combustion engine is there to prevail, and Iveco Group and FPT are going to continue to lead the way. We're going to have on display, that's the last page, obviously, the European version of the Nikola Tre 4x2. Yeah? So far online you have only seen the US version of the 6x2 battery electric. So we're going to have the 4x2 there, which is in Ulm on the production line as we speak. And we're going to also showcase the fuel cell electric production version of the Nikola Tre for the European market. These vehicles will be produced in Ulm, as most of you have seen at the plant opening last year. And these vehicles are currently in commissioning work for especially the European on-road regulations as we started our electric heavy-duty journey in the United States, which was an agreement with our partner, which we absolutely don't regret, actually. It was the right way to go. So you're going to see the battery electric 4x2, and you're going to see a completely reworked next version, next step evolution of the fuel cell electric 6x2 for the European market on a fully modular platform where you can exchange, we can exchange as OEMs, battery electric technology and fuel cell electric technology on the same platform. These are not retrofitted. This is not rip out a diesel engine, repopulate the space with components you can find among suppliers and call it electric. These are electric-born platforms of a first generation with an electric axle and full modularity. And the 4x2 will enter production for European customers mid of next year, and the fuel cell electric version end of next year, which were, by the way, the targets we gave ourselves back in September 2019. Regardless of COVID, of supply chain interruptions, the disruptions, regardless of what's happening right now in the Ukraine and Russia and everything that comes with it. We have promised it, and it's going to come at the IAA. We're going to have the battery electric US version for test drive at the IAA, obviously, as well. And again, I hope that we can load it up to 44 tons GVW to really prove what the power of this platform can do, because driving empty articulated trucks without a trailer is ridiculous. Yeah? So it has to come with 44 tons GVW. So to the organizers of the IAA, make sure that none of the electric trucks hauls empty. This is not a showcase, this is not ribbon cutting and not kind of pleasing. These are machines that need to make money, and we happily display this under full load. This is pretty much what we have. So the E-Daily, a lot of powertrain innovations, and the Nikola Tre series production version of the battery electric on display and fuel cell in a more advanced stage pre-production. That's what we have. And so thank you. See you at the IAA Transportation. And there's also going to come more. I know you had more expectations for today, but there will be more around the concrete next steps and the concrete projects that we have in the pipeline together with Hyundai or Hyundai. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. Now the question, are there any questions from the audience here? If you have a question, there's a question from our Chinese colleague. Please, there are microphones there, and just one brief information while she's walking to the microphone. We got all presentations online, so I saw many of you taking photos of the charts. You will find that at our IAA Media Data Center, which can be found on the IAA Transportation website, press area, then scroll down and there's the media database. So you find all the pictures our photographer takes and also all the charts, so we try the best. And now the question from a Chinese colleague.
So I'm asking for automobile industry, Mr. Liu Kaidong, and he's asking, Iveco is currently facing difficulties in China in terms of long millage and large timber spend for mainland transportation. So do you provide targeted solutions for this situation in terms of products? And in addition, what do you think about prospects of new energy trucks in China?
Well, I think the future in China is clearly new energy trucks, right? I mean, China is leading the way when it comes to LNG trucks with 20% market share of LNG in the overall transport market, by the way, just to highlight that. And when it comes to electrification and also fuel cell, I see that is the way forward. I consider it as not exactly the right step to further accelerate into, traditional powertrains for China. It has to go electric, and we are there with our SFH joint venture together with SAIC, providing market-leading diesel and gas engines, but also alternative propulsion solutions. The first part of your question I didn't really get.
And large temperature span, because China is really big, so you have far ways and the temperature is changing a lot.
That's right. So, well, this is mainly addressed to our powertrain division, as I mentioned, FPT on site, where we produce the lineup, and we're addressing this. We are not present as a heavy-duty truck manufacturer in China anymore. We have exited our participation in SIH in Hongyan, so we have exited that. So we are present in China with our light commercial vehicles, the daily, through Naveco, and SFH on the engine side. So we'll consider options to return, but these options need to be thoughtfully, calibrated in light of, new energy is the way forward, and we shall only come with new energy and not with traditional stuff.
Thank you.
We got another question, sir. Feel free to go to the mic. Tell us the name and the media name, please.
My name is Ahmet Oğuz. I'm from Devirsati, Turkey. My question is, the European manufacturers have been a little bit reluctant, I wouldn't say lazy, in producing and in being really serious about alternative driveline commercial vehicles, both in also automobiles. The American and the Asian manufacturers were ahead, and the most serious company, in my opinion, have been Iveco, your company. How do you see the future of European manufacturers in alternative driveline vehicles? And I think it's not by coincidence that you have been cooperating with Nikola, which is an American company, and Hyundai, which is an Asian company. Thank you very much.
Yeah, look, we are accelerating ourselves through partnerships, and we want to be at the forefront of this development. We are not having the deepest pockets, and as I usually say, we can outsmart and outpace competitors, but we cannot outspend them. While they're having billions to invest, maybe the structures require more spending to get the same output. But we are, in the end, focused on driving change and doing the right thing. We are not trying to preserve things just for the sake of it. We are actually want to drive change, and we have proven this with this CNG and LNG technology, which is currently, given the gas prices, in a tough spot. But when you look at the gas situation, just for the sake of spending a minute on this, if the vehicle costs 1.2 times more, a gas versus a diesel, a battery electric will cost you 3 times more, 4 times more, fuel cell possibly 5 times more. Pre-subsidies, without subsidies. So that's the first step. When you look at the energy side, gas was at the price of diesel or slightly above, or now at times slightly below. When you look at green electricity, when you look at green hydrogen, what the costs of that is, it's far away from diesel, far away. And when you then look at the maintenance effort it requires to keep an electric vehicle on the road, and the fact that we had yesterday, Christian had a nice speech, we had 120 years to improve the diesel. We're going to face year one with battery, we're going to face year one with fuel cell. These systems, although engineered to last 1 million kilometers, I think there is a considerable chance that they are falling short on the reliability of diesel that had 120 years to come to this place. I mean, let's be realistic. So if someone starts to struggle to see a way forward, looking at gas, we don't even need to start with battery and fuel cell because the costs will be massive. And just having one-off subsidies and capex subsidies will help, and it will drive the transition, but it requires the courage of the entire universe of suppliers, universe of OEMs, and politicians who understand where to help and where to support in order to accelerate in the right direction, and to be consistent, because the fleets need planning certainty. We cannot talk for a couple of years about that technology and then about that technology. It has to be consistent. And we will need to face the fact that transport zero emission is going to be more expensive than on diesel. And that means prices will increase, freight rates will increase, and I hope that also driver salaries will increase in order to offset the shortage that we have, because the jobs that will come towards the drivers will be more sophisticated and more advanced, possibly also with the autonomous driving technology in combination, where you have platoons and then you have possibly a driver who is the platoon commander. So we will need to completely change this industry, but it doesn't come at a cheap price. It will drive prices up, and we need to embrace the fact that what we see today on a temporary basis with LNG is going to be a structural challenge for all the electric technologies that will come to market. Let's not be naive about that, and it's going to be costly.
Strong statement. So, one last question. Yes. And then just for the others, Mr. Marx will be available also in the break and the networking break for one-to-one.
Fabrizio Dallenogare, Sustainable Truck and Van. You mentioned the hydrogen IC, which is on test bench for FPT. What is your opinion about this technology? Because we've heard very different opinions about a new technology which has to be tested more. Are you confident about the future of this particular technology?
FPT has pioneered so many technologies in combustion engines, and certainly among the hydrogen combustion engine will also pave our way. If you look at a hydrogen combustion engine, there are a couple of challenges. It's not zero emission. It has a very low NOx emission, but you need SCR to further reduce it. So you need to have a liquid to reduce the NOx. It is not zero particle. You need a very greasy, honey-like lubricant in order to grease the pistons, because there's no self-lubrication of diesel anymore. So you're going to have CO2, very, very little, but you're going to have CO2. You're going to have noise emissions, just to stay with the emission side. So it is not zero emission, even if it runs on green hydrogen. The molecule of hydrogen is so small, significantly smaller than methane, and it even goes through crystal metal structures if it wants to, right? If it's permitted. And the sealing density of the valves is a big challenge. If you have a misfiring with the gasoline, it gets a boom. Yeah? If you have a misfiring with the gas engine, it's slightly louder. And if you have a misfiring of a hydrogen engine combustion, you're losing your powertrain. So in the end, there are multiple technical challenges with it. We are totally, excited about the opportunity what it can bring, especially for agriculture and for construction machines who cannot electrify, for sure. But right now, the best injectors we could find that work on a diesel, on a hydrogen combustion engine, they last 150 hours. There is not a hydrogen injector available from the supply base. The components to inject and deal with hydrogen and combustion engines are not there. And I know that the supply base is investing, and I hope they keep investing, and that will further advance this technology. And we need 10,000 hours on an injector, not 150 hours, just to make an example. So we will be part of it. We are somewhat doubtful that when you have hydrogen on the frame of a heavy-duty truck where there is space, you better put it through a fuel cell and go electric. But if you have a hydrogen combustion engine available, it's clearly an answer and a solution for off-road applications as well. So we are playing the full range of technology. We are not trying to just focus on one or two, because that is, for whatever reason, internally the wanted way. We go on everything because we cannot afford to leave one technology behind, because we don't know today what will win. Nobody knows. We need to play the market, we need to play the technology, and we will see in a few years down the road which will be the winning. Few technologies. We believe battery electric, clearly, fuel cell, and renewable fuels in combustion engines will replace the diesel. That's the future, and not one single technology.
Thank you, Mr. Marx.
Good? Okay. Thank you.
And we have now the pleasure to go on with that show while we're actually here. And as you see on our many lineup posters, it's a new thing. It's not the IAA commercial vehicle, it's now IAA transportation. It got a new concept, it got a new, well, quite nice key visual, and it got a new claim, people and goods on the move. And this is actually covering a lot of different fields. And I welcome now on stage Mr. Jan Heckmann, head of IAA, to tell us what to expect. But before he enters the stage, we will see a little film that gives you a further impression what to expect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's it, the new IAA transportation. Give us a second so that we will bring the presentation on the screen and my notes here on the monitor. Wonderful. Today, I would like to give you a short glimpse of the show in September and what you can expect there. Hopefully, the little trailer has made you a little bit curious about it. There's a lot more to come. From September 20 to 25, the IAA transportation will take place in Hanover. Of course, please don't forget the press days. They are located on September 19 and 20. And this is the first edition that's very important for us, especially for our team, after the cancellation in 2020. And the first edition with the new name and the revised concept. So we did a lot within the last years. And our claim, people and goods on the move, says a lot about what concerned us when we adopted the concept together with our customers and members within the VDA. So what is it? First of all, you already heard, the IAA commercial vehicles becomes the IAA transportation. But it's not only making riders into twigs, and this name change says a lot about what's important to us. We are no longer showing just the vehicle on wheels. We are a lot of more than that. Transport is much more than that. Interacts with other stakeholders in the supply and production chain, and this is reflected in the name, and that is what we want to strive out for with the new concept, transport as a whole. Not only the vehicle, transport as a whole. As I said, just people and goods on the move. So the transport chain is not just a vehicle either, it's about much more than that. So we wanted to open up for new topics and for many new partners and exhibitors. And I will explain you something more on that later. Of course, we have a new focus. An important goal for the new concept is to focus more on the climate neutral and technological transformation of the entire transport sector as an international platform like we are. With our extended event concept, we network the relevant manufacturers and suppliers from the sectors, from the commercial vehicle sectors, bus and logistics sectors, with leading tech or infrastructure providers. You will find them already also at the show, but also with urban traffic and logistics planners. This will bring us to several new topics you will see at the show. Here they are. In addition to the presentation of new vehicles, the focus will be on logistics, transport, and the digitalization of commercial vehicle transport on the way to climate neutrality you heard before. What you can already see from the first insights, and we already heard one from Iveco, into the plans of our exhibitors is that the topics of electrification of various types of vehicles and that hydrogen, as well as further networking within the transport chain, will play a very important role, exhibited and as part of test drives or other new formats at the show. So it will be a lot of fun. What is new this year is that we are dedicating ourselves to these topics with 4 theme days. What does that mean? It means that we will focus on this at our IAA conference and round it off with various experience formats on the fairgrounds. First theme day will be Future Logistics on September 20, the opening day, with the topics of supply chain, trucks, rail and shipping integration, e-mobility, hydrogen technology in heavy-duty transport and light commercial vehicles, also as well as technological and digital innovations for the logistics chain. Second theme day is trade and logistics. As I already mentioned, it's not only the vehicles, so we are getting a step further with the topics last mile, inner city logistics, vans, cargo bikes. You will find them also at the show, delivery robots, digitalization, as well as innovative solutions for retail and e-commerce. Third day, September 22, so we're now on the Thursday at the show week. Infrastructure with the topics of charging, infrastructure for electricity and hydrogen, expansion of data networks, data management, long-distance bus transport or rail transport connections. Fourth day, we are now on the Friday, September 23, is communal transport. On the topics of buses, electrification, ride-hailing, mobility as a service, and digital networking. So with these 4 theme days, the IAA Transportation addresses the megatrends, the number 4 megatrends in logistics, and highlights important future fields this year at the show. Where is all this happening? Well, as I said, at the IAA conference in Hall 18 on the fairgrounds. This is a location that has been converted into a hybrid event location. And the IAA conference sees itself, well, as a leading international platform and a driving force as well. So including live streaming of all sessions we see there, availability as video on demand on our IAA website, on the IAA YouTube channel, and within the IAA app during the show. So please feel invited to be right in the middle of things when expert and decision makers from international companies come together at the IAA conference. Our think tank in the transportation and logistics industry. And here is a first look at our speakers, which aren't just the ones you hear in today's press workshop. You can see over there DHL, for example, Deutsche Bahn Cargo, Siemens, etc. As you can see, we not only include road transport, but also air and rail transport. As I said, just people and goods on the move. But you might be wondering if they can really also convince new exhibitors with the new approach. Yes, we can. We are very pleased that in addition to the many, many companies you already know very well and that you were able to meet, for example, yesterday and today here at the IAA International Press Workshop, we will be there with many new market participants, some newbies, and some of which you have already heard. Here's just a small excerpt, there's a lot of more. The first list of all our exhibitors is already online. You can find it on IAA-transportation.com, and this is constantly updated. And until the show starts, the products that our exhibitors, we've heard some of that from Mr. Marks before, will also be shown online until September within our exhibitor directory. So here you can see, we see hydrogen, electrification, cargo bikes, suppliers, etc., and battery production. So many innovations at the IAA also mean that we use the exhibition center in a slight different way like in the past. To be honest, finally. So here's a short or a small site plan just to give you a good overview. And what you can see is we have two key features by changing the site map. With hall 19 and 20 in the northern part of the fairground, we are now using the newest hall on the fairgrounds and can once again offer our visitors a pleasant tour through the fairgrounds. This is very, very helpful because we all know that the exhibition center in Hanover is quite big, and otherwise that can mean long ways. Okay, of course there will stay some long ways, but we want to optimize to perfect that. The exhibitors from the older halls, 14 to 17, that was Daimler, Volvo, Iveco, etc., have been relocated to halls 19 to 24. They will find Daimler trucks now, Bosch, ZF, DAF, Volvo trucks, Iveco, we have seen that before, and Nikola, for example. And the other brands or truck manufacturers from the Traton Group in the southern part of the show ground in hall 12, van producers in hall 13, and within the halls 27 and 25, all the trailer manufacturers will stay there. The bus sector will also find a new hall in halls 22 and 23. More on that in a short moment. We have two startup areas on the fairgrounds. In halls 20, that's the hall where Bosch and Daimler are located in, and in hall 13 with the van manufacturers. So maybe we'll find new players of tomorrow there. Of course, our exhibitors will have many great innovations and solutions with them, but we have something more to offer at the show. The IAA Experience is the IAA's transportation adventure playground made real. As many hands-on experiences as possible, that's our motto and our goal. Our IAA Experiences offers the space to unleash the full dynamic of ideas, and I will now show you which experiences are waiting for you. This year, the IAA Transportation will, for the first time, create its own themed world for passenger transportation with the IAA bus area. It is in the halls 22 and 23 at the most frequented entrance North 1. The entrance into the hall will be redesigned to an impressive portal that ensures high visibility among our visitors. And outdoors we have exhibition areas especially for buses and their starting points for test drives directly at this theme area. So they can bring vehicle innovations and technology directly to life, plus a special bus stop in the near area with an extensive branding, and this is where the IAA visitor bus shuttle will start and end. This is taking our guests around the show grounds, so you don't have to walk. We have also a bus shuttle on that. The bus area includes exhibitors from several fields of activity in the bus sector, supply chain, as well as from the areas of vehicle technology, infrastructure, charging technology, and digital services. We know that these are difficult times for the bus market, but I would say this is another reason why we keep an eye on that. The latest trends from the commercial vehicles, logistics and transport will not only be visible on the booths of our exhibitors, but can also be experienced in many ways. As a component of the IAA experience, the IAA test drives are one of the special highlights of the IAA. They start at the new indoor terminal in Hall 11 at designed registration areas. You can see a picture on the right-hand side on that chart. In a very modern look and branded by our exhibitors. For test drive, you could choose to use the test track on the fairgrounds, mostly electrified, or go on public roads. We have 18 exhibitors with around 60 vehicles in total, and we're completely overbooked with that format. Registered exhibitors, just to give you an insight, for test drives are AEVA, Bosch, BPW, BrightDrop, Ingenious, Ford Trucks, Heisen, Iveco, MAN, Mercedes-Benz Vans, SAIC Maxus, Scania, Civic, Teva, Volta Trucks, Volvo, and Volkswagen commercial vehicles. So expect a lot of fun. A well-developed and functional infrastructure is the backbone of any mobility concepts. For this reason, we are placing a special focus on this. It's also placed within Hall 11. Demonstration of innovative use cases from the field of infrastructure to potential partners and customers of the IAA. This is the IAA plug-and-play campus. Closely connected to the test drives and directly attached to the new indoor departure terminal. Test drivers on the road can thus approach the IAA plug-and-play campus without detours and check out the use cases on offer under real conditions. That was our idea on that. We already heard by President Müller the topic last mile. We have a completely own area on that topic. The last mile is a very important showcase that we pay a lot of attention to, and my team has a lot of fun with that. We offer the perfect stage for presenting innovations and trends to efficient and climate-neutral logistics with the IAA Last Mile. What is that? It is a special exhibition area with an urban look for presenting a wide range of innovations and use cases. It is placed in Hall 13, and our team really loves use cases. Our partners show great interest, so please stay tuned on this topic for more information. We've seen it before, a small part, this year in Hanover. The latest trends and innovations in the cargo bike scene will also be on display on the action-packed cargo bike parcours for the first time. You see, opening up the concept works. IAA visitors can also get up close and personal with different models and test them extensively. Launched in 2019 by the Hus Verlag, the new International Cargo Bike of the Year award, including testing the bikes, will be presented at the IAA Transportation in Hanover. So we already have several exhibitors registered for this parcours, like Accurat, Cloister, Mobea, Ries & Müller, Reitel, and Arrow, but I'm sure that we will see some more until September. Here's a short timetable for you to give you some orientation regarding the lineup of the show. First of all, please don't forget we have a new duration of the IAA. Now the IAA runs 1 week and we end with the weekend. That means that the IAA is no longer divided. In the past we have a section prior to the weekend and after the weekend. Now we end with the weekend. Hopefully everything is fine. The opening hours for our visitors are from 9 to 6. That means that you as a journalist are able to attend the fairgrounds 1 hour prior to the public visitors on the first 2 days. These are the press days. Just to highlight some new developments in our lineup. First of all, we have a completely new evening event for the Stars of the Year award. Bus of the Year, Truck of the Year, Band of the Year. I'm sure you all know that. We have own events on the evening of Monday, so we end up the press day with this event. And maybe some of you know it, the evening of the commercial vehicle industry is held on the last evening of the show. We will go outside. Normally we held this event on the fairgrounds. This year we're trying to offer an event within the city center of Hanover, together with the city of Hanover and the Deutsche Messe, who is the provider of the fairground. By closing the presentation, please let me say a few more words. We all know, we already heard about it, these are tough times that not only our industry, but all of us are going through. We believe that therefore, an event where the industry can come together, let's say a campfire, comes at the right time this September. We just noticed all our exhibitors are working hard on the final preparations, and everyone is looking forward to the show. So we are back, finally live again. So thanks for your attention, and we look forward to welcome you in Hanover, September this year. Thank you so much.
So, we have one question from the digital space, and if any of you have a question, 1 second. So the first question from a Hungarian colleague is, what was the main reason to update the concept, and what was the biggest challenge?
Well, it was about time, I would say. We did it for decades, but as I already said, our goal was open up not only our minds, open up the whole show. It's not only, as I said, the vehicle on wheels, it's a lot of more. And we as the show organizers have to follow with the market and have to follow the newest developments. So for us and all our members, it was absolutely clear. What was one of the biggest challenges? Well, the challenges we all face these days. We are in a post-pandemic situation. We have the Ukrainian war. Within these circumstances, it's not easy for all of us, for all of our colleagues who are preparing the show, especially for my team as well. So the overall circumstances, I would say, is one of the biggest challenges right now.
Thank you. So, the next question.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Markus Schmidt-Auerbach. I'm writing for the Nana Brief, which is a specialized magazine on strategic issues in public transport. Dear Mr. Heckmann, the entire bus industry will be represented, you have told us, but two of the leading manufacturers, MAN and Mercedes-Benz, have already decided not to present their buses this year on IAA Transportations. What went wrong? What will you change in the future to re-attract these very important manufacturers?
Well, first of all, invite them to this year's show and talk to them, of course. And we already did that. As I said before, these are tough times for the bus manufacturers, we know that. They are there, and that's very, very important. We brought that with us from the IAA Mobility in Munich to the IAA Transportation in Hanover. Participating at the IAA is not longer a booth at all or a booth only. We have several new formats where you can present your products and solutions, and that's why one of these brands will be present in another format. But for today, I've printed out all the hall plans of the bus area. Maybe we can discuss it later on so that I can show you what are the providers of solutions in the bus sector this year. But it's not of interest how it's going this year. For me, it is very important. We have to show that there is a specific theme area at this year's show for the upcoming shows. If I do not do anything this year, I have a problem in 2 years. So we will support this area. I have shown it before, several fields of activity, very good portal with a special design, so we want to support this field at the show. It's very, very important for us. And we have so many bus providers with test drives, so please feel invited to check out.
Thank you very much. We will talk later.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Heckman, for your presentation. And we will go on now. So we just saw our next guest on your presentation as a new exhibitor. So I'm really looking forward now to welcome Michael Perschke, CEO of Quantron, a so-called high-tech spin-off with a really interesting history. I guess he will tell us something about it and also about the zero-emission solution his company will present at IAA Transportation. Thank you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Müller, thank you for having us here. As you said, a new kid on the block. Maybe not that new. We do have a little bit of history. I'm going to spare the next 20 minutes and give you a little bit of a background. Who is Quantron? And some of you know our background being based on the Haller Group, and I think that's very important. We do have, similar like you, Mr. Marx, a history which spans back 140 years. We started with horse carriages all the way back in Augsburg, and Andreas Heller had vision and foresight, who is also here, that back in 2011, we were actually the first company as the Haller Group to introduce an electric bus to Germany. And actually it was on the pressure of a client. Back in 2017-18, Andreas said, I cannot do that in parallel. I need to give new mobility its own legal entity, its own ecosystem, its own team. Because at that time, also Mr. Marx, the predecessor, said, we're going to stay diesel manufacturers for the time being. And we said we want to go ahead. So we created actually our initial business, which was retrofitting, using combustion engine vehicles and converting them to electric, which was a business where we started to make some inroads. We gained clients like IKEA. We've been the strategic supplier on the Zero Emission Innovation Hub in Vienna. And also we converted a lot of garbage waste collection vehicles, which all of you know are in the middle of a city. They make a lot of noise. They create a lot of diesel emissions. And they're very sensitive for the people living in these cities. So removing them from the roads makes already a huge impact. And then we decided, and I joined basically as an investor and CEO, last year we want to become a new OEM, but not in competition with the traditional OEMs, but in a partnership. And I'm going to present later on a couple of products which we have developed, at least in close communication with some of the OEMs. Because we see our forte is we only do zero-emission vehicles. We don't have a legacy. We don't have diesel engine production. We don't have all this legacy some of you have to still deal with. We only focus 100% of our bets on the future zero emission. All our team members have been working in that field for quite some time, so we completely converted already. But last but not least, and Mr. Marx, you said it as well, we have to kill the chicken-egg situation. I think just doing hardware is not going to solve it. I mean, there's a nice gentleman from the US, his name is Elon Musk. He killed the chicken-egg situation for passenger cars back in 2010. And I know how often I was at the board level at Audi trying to convince our board members that actually the guy is doing something really smart. And back in 2011, 12, 13, everybody said, too small, is going to go bankrupt. That was at 50,000, 100,000 units. At some point, suddenly, this company crossed the market cap of the Volkswagen Group, and then we got serious. So what we want to do is also build ecosystems. We're not going to become a public provider of hydrogen fuel, but we want to help our clients who want to choose hydrogen trucks. How do we resolve also the hydrogen fueling? And Mrs. Müller, I think we had a good discussion yesterday. We need to consider not only green hydrogen, but also blue hydrogen. Because blue hydrogen is much faster scalable than green hydrogen, especially the Scandinavians are ahead of that game. And if that can also be offset against the Scope 3 emissions, we have a much better availability of hydrogen overall for scaling. We have a little bit international presence through offices, but we have also closed a couple of manufacturing agreements already, being it in China and Turkey, and we have also signed an LOI with Zona Franca in Spain, so we're able to scale. We are, also as of a couple of weeks, now real commercial vehicle manufacturer. We're very happy that we got actually the EIN number, CB, for commercial vehicle, or how you say it in French, cheval vapeur, because we started with horse carriages. So it goes very well with our history. But at the end of the day, we want to solve the same challenges and solutions as you have been dealing with, and I'll show you a quick video.
We can't see into the future, but we know that something has to change. Our planet needs our support. We are driven by doing our part in making the world a better place. Everything is in motion, every day, all the time. We and our partners work every day to make the transport of people and goods emission-free, sustainably, and without wasting resources. Our employees are the most important asset in the company. On our mission, we don't leave you alone. We help you with everything concerning e-mobility of commercial vehicles. People, animals, and nature must be able to breathe again. Sustainability is the heart of everything we do. We work every day for a better future. We give used and existing vehicles a second emission-free life. Whether transporting goods, transporting people, or even transporting our waste, we can only reach our goal with emissions-free vehicles. A future for us and our children. The world is changing now. We all are a part of it. Together, we reach the goal.
And with the marks you saw, we already had an vehicle dealer with hydrogen. But I think the good thing is that our industry is currently benefiting from two trends. One is, of course, moving to zero emission, which some of our listed clients are doing by EHG ratings and by realizing they need to reduce their scope 3 emissions. And that is short-term trucks are the only things they can address fast. Maersk is going to take some time until the container ships will run on maybe green ammonia, hydrogen, or other sources. Airplanes going to take a while, and our train systems already fully chalked. So it's us who convert transportation on the road. I think the other trend, and I think that's what we see for hydrogen specifically, is we need to become independent of oil and gas supply, especially of geopolitical, let's say, fragile countries. And I think therefore we see that, and here I agree with you, Mr. Marks, we have to go both. We have to go electric, especially for last mile and specific applications, but we will not resolve 66-ton trucks in the middle of Norway or going through Arizona only with electric trucks if you need to do 600, 700, 800 miles a day. Because the charging infrastructure is not there, and therefore we fully believe for where we position ourselves strategically, we will look at hydrogen as our key strategic solution. As I said, energy supply is for us important. Here we partner. Provision of green hydrogen, orchestrating that on behalf of our clients is a must. We cannot sell hydrogen trucks if we don't have solution for our clients. As I said, not in the public space, but in the captive fueling. We will continue to develop products with platform partners. I worked 13 years in the Volkswagen Group, and I'm a strong believer that especially in the commercial vehicle area, even more platform strategies do work. And last but not least, we want to sell that as a solution model. As I said, we see that as a blue ocean. There are opportunities, and some of the players who have recently gone to the stock market in the US have promised that. Very few have actually delivered that. We think, especially with Quantron as a service, we want to resolve the challenge our clients have. Do they make the right technology decision? Because today, they're confronted with diesel, gas, electric, hydrogen fuel cells, maybe hydrogen combustion engine, and even biofuel. What is the right decision for transporters to actually put their bets onto the right solution? We want to take away this technology decision from them and give them a certain degree of guarantee that we help them to operate these fleets. So we will also, and that will be what we will present actually at the IAA in Hanover, let's say an asset-light offering for our clients. We want to become a one-stop shop. So we are not, our core mission is not to become a hardware player. Our mission is to become a solution provider. And we believe, and I think that's very important, you know all these numbers, diesel transportation cost will go up. Not just for diesel, the taxation will go up, the financing costs will go up. So we see for us in our business model, by end of 2024, that we will give our clients tax and incentive optimized a break-even solution. So we think in clients who will come to Quantron and choose Quantron as a service for long-haul trucking, that we can give them end of 2024 a break-even scenario. For countries like Scandinavia, Holland, and Germany, where you have certain subsidies and tax incentives, and therefore we will allow our clients to switch over to zero emission much more seamlessly, because we are bullish with the partners we have, we can give that guarantee. However, as we said, and Mr. Marx presented as well, on the BEV side, our core business started with retrofitment, and here we have a fleet of vehicles and solutions for our clients. These are the vehicles on the right-hand side, the white ones. However, we need to also deliver Quantron solutions which are branded Quantron, and this is today a real new announcement. We talked about it yesterday. We have developed now our own electric truck in record time. We used somebody else's cabin chassis, but we integrated the entire electric drivetrain, and this vehicle is now available immediately for ordering as a 4x2 and a 6x2, which will deliver a 44-ton EV solution for up to around about 350 kilometers. Here's some numbers. You see max motor power around 375 kilowatts. We see a range of up to 350 kilometers, depending, of course, on geographical situations and loading. We have up to 392 kilowatt hours of battery. We can charge in less than an hour from a 20 to 80 degree. And we can operate a short wheelbase tractor unit with 360 millimeters. We have already signed a couple of clients. For 2022, we are actually sold out. But Mrs. Müller, we know on 10th of August, the next further Aufruf is finishing in Germany. For that, we can supply our clients quotes, and we're quite optimistic that a number of clients we're working on are going to close in on that solution. The good thing is vehicle can be serviced European-wide by the service network of a truck manufacturer based in Munich, and that is very important also for our clients, that the serviceability is guaranteed. However, as I said, our ambition is to go one step further and really solve that solution, which today, in today's world, based on limiting factors like batteries and charging network, cannot be solved from our point of view with an e-truck. And that's basically a hydrogen solution. So here, we wanted to take the bull by the horn and say, we need to deliver solutions which are really long-distance trucking solutions. So that is where we put our strategic bet on. I don't know if you know, we have a very strategic partnership signed with Ballard Power, one of the oldest fuel cell producers in the world, 43 years of experience, having had joint ventures with one or the other manufacturer, and still making Vancouver probably the epicenter of fuel cell development. So here, we're going to launch at the IAA a world premiere. We, together with Ballard, have developed a fuel cell engine, first of its kind from Ballard, developed over the last 18 months, and they have chosen Quantron for this world premiere to use that engine. And here are a few numbers where you see we really want to go 700 kilometers with a truck. We have the largest tank capacity of any manufacturer available in 23-24 from our current statistics, and we have something most other companies don't have. We have a long cabin. It doesn't make sense to put tanks behind the cabin, producing a long-range truck, and not having a sleeper cabin. So we're going to have that as well. We have no compromise on payload, and we have no compromise on the trailer length. So we offer you a really day-to-day, fully operational long-distance trucking solution. So we think we lead here on the tank capacity, significantly beyond 50 kilogram, and this is not a Scandinavian version. For the Scandinavian version, expect much more. And therefore, we believe also we'll be leading in range. And I think it's quite remarkable for a small company like us to do that in a record time. And again, we choose a chassis cabin from a manufacturer. We integrate all the fuel cell components. We will have, as I said, Mr. Marx as well, a proper e-axle, because you need that for packaging reasons. A fuel cell truck, you cannot produce that with a central motor, it doesn't work. So Our challenge is, of course, we want to also be leading when it comes to aerodynamics. I think 45% of the energy of our trucks is used for aerodynamics drag. So here also we want to go one step ahead, and we will have leading fuel cell and a leading e-axle. So the key is for us 600 to 700 kilometers real range. We want to offer a long sleeper cabin, so it is a real long-range trucking solution. We will have optimized aerodynamics. We will have the best tank capacity in the industry. Almost no change on payload. I think we all agree. If you want to do a long-range truck, Elon Musk will carry around about 6 to 7 tons of battery. 6 to 7 tons of battery, and we can ask ourselves if this is sufficient just to store energy. We will be capable of refueling the 350 and 700 bar. We're not going liquid for the time being. And as I said, we will have full length of the trailer unit, and we can package that from 3,600 millimeters upwards. Of course, the fuel cell truck will also be available not only as a 4x2, but as a 6x2. So summarizing that, we're happy and proud that it took us 140 years to get where we are, but I think we learned a lot. We serviced more than 250,000 trucks in the last 140 years. We will go full steam, of course, on BEV, but more for last mile and medium distance, and fuel cell for long distance, heavy trucking applications. We will, with our clients, build the ecosystem. We have a BEV truck available now. It's on sale. And we will have a fuel cell truck up there in Hanover. Unfortunately, not yet in the dynamic driving area, but we have some ideas for next year to doing some long distance challenges, because we believe this is a truck which needs to go from Bolzano to Hamburg in one day, improve its capabilities. And of course, we need to resolve, Mrs. Müller, the fueling solution. It's the same as electric trucks. If we don't have fuel available, green and blue hydrogen, and we can fuel in a certain time, and that's not half an hour, it needs to be 10 to 15 minutes, that network still needs to be built, but we're going to be part of that. So that's from our side. We look very much forward to be introduced as a new kid on the block. We hope maybe one day we're as successful as BTS, and make sure that we continue on our voyage together with you as member of the community to make the planet a little bit greener and cleaner. Thank you.
So, just for that presentation, we got all presentations online, available on our website, because a lot of numbers, actually. It's always good to have it maybe a second time. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes.
From the University of Turkey once again. Mr. Perschke, how could you develop a battery electric truck and a fuel cell electric truck in so short time when the big manufacturers in Europe haven't been able to do this in the last 2 decades? Thank you.
I cannot comment on them. I just know, we gained experience for the last... Yes. For the last 3-4 years, we did nothing else than integrating electric drivetrains in multiple different vehicles. And our engineers do nothing else than that. So basically, it's maybe we are focused, we are blessed with very good partners. We have a strategic partnership with CATL. We have a strategic partnership with Bala Power. And I think that's the magic sauce is just, focus. And for us, it's a do or die mission. If we don't make it with that integration, the company wouldn't exist. We don't have 2 legs to stand on. There's still the diesel leg, which is highly profitable. So go step by step. We put all our bets basically on zero emission, and I think that maybe makes the difference. Some old wartime general said, if you want your army to win, burn the bridges, you cannot run back. So I think this is our focus.
So we will have a break now for like 10 minutes, so we will be back at 11:15 with Krone, and we will learn some about e-trailers. And for our friends online as well, so we will be back in 10 minutes. You can still watch if you want to. Thank you, Mr. Peschke.
Thank you.
Das war ganz blöd. Naja. Ungünstig, wenn man die Chancen des Abendessens nicht hat. Ich habe die gestern noch einen anderen Tag. Dieses Quantron ist zwar eine interessante Präsentation, aber auf der anderen Seite ist es sagen, ja, was gibt es heute an Kommentaren zum Thema?
Ja, genau. Also einfach dann, wenn kurz vor Mittag.
Da läuft ja gerade noch eine Diskussion.
Und dann ist ja danach der Mittagspause der nächste. Aber ich denke, das dauert sich nicht mehr danach.
Sechs Fragen.
Ja.
Haben das jetzt zusammengeschrieben?
Ja.
5, 6 Fragen.
Ja, genau.
Ich würde das aufzeichnen, das sage ich immer.
Ja.
Dass ich das dann irgendwo transkribieren kann, weil wenn ich immer irgendwas mitschreibe,
Ja, es ist wirklich gut, das passt gut. Dann sage ich Ihnen, Foto, haben wir neue, kann ich dir auch schicken.
Das wäre
sonst
ja. Würde ich dir nochmal schreiben, genau, wir machen normalerweise immer so einen kurzen Kassentyp.
Ja.
Aber das schreibe ich dir nicht. Das hat auch noch ein bisschen Zeit, bis das veröffentlicht wird. Das ist immer weg. Und du hast meinen Text jetzt zum Event heute.
Ja.
Und wahrscheinlich kommt das dann erst nächstes Jahr. Ähnlich betroffen gewesen. Super, ich danke dir schon.
Ja, ich danke dir.
Bis später.
ungefähr so.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have to go on. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain not outside but inside. Everybody, please come back. We will have a long lunch break soon after. So we're just waiting a few more seconds. And I guess, Dr. Alberts, you can already enter the stage. So please take seat. So last call in the theater would be the bell ringing now. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Grab your drinks. Doors closing. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And we're back. And we will listen now about a mission beyond zero. That's a really promising word. And I welcome on stage Dr. Alberts of Krone. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will do it in German, my mother tongue.
My name is Frank Albers. I'm from the company Krone. I'm CEO for Sales and Marketing. I'm Managing Director for Sales and Marketing. I'm working for 20 years now in the company. I was responsible in different departments, and I really observed the trailer world together with you. And I know many faces, a lot of people in here. We saw each other during the last 20 years. We were on our journey together in the trailer world, in the commercial vehicle world. And those who do not know Krone, Krone is a trailer manufacturer for more than 100 years. We're operative in trailer technology for 60 years now, and 50,000 units per year, that's what we're producing. We are operative in continental Europe, in Northern Africa, in the Turk states, up to Kazakhstan. All the rest doesn't make sense. Of course, it makes sense if you want to be operative in China or in South America, but it doesn't make sense for us, because then we'd need more employees, more manufacturing sites, more engineers, new trailer technology. The trailer technology in Europe is a different one than in Southern America or in India and China. Welcome. Best wishes from our owners, Bernhard Krone and Ingmar Krone. They can't be here today, but we are one family, commercial industry. Best wishes from them. I'm delighted to be here today, really delighted. I'm delighted that the IAA takes place again in September, and I'm delighted to be here because the direct exchange is really key. This is really what makes a difference. When you meet other people, when you want to get inspiration, when you want to grasp new ideas. And our motto this year is our mission beyond zero. Now, you might ask yourself, how come he has such a motto? I mean, if I'm looking at our products, at our company, at our group, I might differentiate between production. I can make a distinction between production, and I can talk about our products. And the use of our products is, if you think about a truck, it always happens in the back of the truck train. And of course, we cause emissions, but generally the trailer itself doesn't produce emissions, the trailer itself. And we thought that we really want to support the whole trailer, the whole train, truck train. We really want to make the best out of our innovation. We want to make our bit to reduce emissions, to generate savings. And you can use different technologies. As you can see in the subtitle, we are dealing with 3 or 4 big topics. The umbrella topic is sustainability. Sustainability, definitely a word and a topic that for many, many years now is on the agenda, is being discussed, but sustainability in a holistic sense is the umbrella term for all our other three topics. It's mainly about electrification, but it's also about digitalization and automation. As I've said, our mission is to make our bit, to put in an effort, to make a contribution so that the whole driving situation is improved, so that emissions are being reduced, so that emissions can be saved, and so that the vehicle for the customer and the customer counts is more efficient, more economic. And we really want to make the best use of all our levers. I've already said that sustainability is really key. We have the three factors: digitalization, automation, and electrification. Those are our three key areas, and I will talk about them in the next slides. First of all, let's tackle sustainability. Eric Schweitzer, it's a big waste disposal manufacturer from Berlin. He said the sustainability starts if you can already see the end at the very start, if you really think about the end from the very start. And this is key for our actions. On my left side, on your right side, I've placed a little penguin. The penguin, you can interpret in many things, but penguin is standing for sustainability, climate discussion, climate protection, because if we continue the way we did so far, and if the heat, climate change continues, then it'll get difficult for the little penguin to continue to live in his habitat, and the penguin will be affected. And at the same time, if I'm thinking of our product, it's also standing for isolation. If I'm thinking of the refrigerator trucks, without his grease, he cannot live in his habitat, in his area. And I've also brought the penguin for the following reason, because I wanted to tell you a little story. My little nephew, 5 years old, very bright guy. He met me 2 weeks ago during a family event, and he asked me whether penguins have knees. And in the first moment, I thought, of course penguins have knees. Of course they do. They certainly must have knees. I mean, they're walking a bit strange, but I didn't really think about it properly. And then I thought, is this claim that I just did, is it true? Do they actually have knees? I will tell you later whether they have. But what I wanted to say is this little child, 5 years old, my nephew, I mean, he was just curious as a child. As a child, we're all curious. And he just checked facts that seem obvious, seem natural to us adults. He just questions things. He wanted to look beyond something. Maybe we should change our mentality. And if I'm transferring that to the trailer world, it is as follows. For 100 years now, we're building trailers. And it is always a fact that the trailers are always in the back. They are drawn by the truck. And the trailers, of course, with tools are being charged, decharged. And this is quite natural. It's just a fact. And we as Krone, we want to break this up. We want to change things. And we're changing things by doing the following. Let's talk about the first topic, electrification, our e-trailer. Our e-trailer, we presented it in September last year. It's a cooperation together with Trailer Dynamics. It's a company from Aachen. We have a participation in this company. We have shares, and we did the following. We are not in the zero series, not on a prototype level. We have several vehicles on the streets. We are gathering and collecting data. We have generated a lot of data, and this shows that we are on the right track, on the right journey. Here we have an electrified axis. This means that we have a driving axis. Then I have a battery pack underneath the trailer, and I have the intelligent kingpin, and the technology and the patent and the innovation lies within kingpin. According to German authorities, it's not possible that a trailer pushes a truck, to put it simply. And consequently, in the first step, we had no possibility to support the truck. But with this patent, with this innovation, with this idea, we've implemented it. We have implemented it, and the trailer has become lighter. You shouldn't think that the trailer is in the air, is floating. No, we did it as follows. This intelligent kingpin, normally I have a plate, a truck plate. I don't know whether it can be translated. we have fifth wheel coupling, and I have a kingpin, and the kingpin goes into this fifth wheel, and normally it's being the trailer is being drawn by the truck, and then energy is being produced, and there is an effort. And we've developed the following: during the operation of the whole train, this kingpin is in the coupling, is floating in this wheel plate, is floating between truck and e-trailer. This kingpin is floating. It's getting lighter, it's not being drawn, and we have a savings effect of more than 20%. 20% means 20% for conventional diesel combustion engine, 20% less consumption of diesel, and 20% less CO2 emissions. And the advantage is, or there are two advantages actually. One advantage, and we've heard it by Mr. Marx, 2.5 million truck trailers are on the streets. They're driving on a daily basis in Europe, in Eastern Europe, and those machines, thanks to an e-trailer, can save diesel and consequently CO2 emissions. And we have an immense effect on the Green Deal. We have an immense advantage, a huge potential to really save CO2, to really save energy, to really make our bid in the industry. And the second aspect is the following one. The second advantage of the e-trailer is the following one. Thanks to we can talk about new technology. We can talk about battery electrical driven machines, hydrogen machines. We've heard a lot about them, and they are being discussed at the moment, and the key criteria always is the following one. BEV is super, but the range is not good. And thanks to our e-trailer, we help the truck to get a better range, to achieve a better range. And they get close to combustion engines. Depending on the battery pack underneath the trailer, we can 200, 400 kilowatt hours, 200 to 400 kilowatt hours, or 600 kilowatt hours, and then we can have a longer range up to 450 kilometers. And if I'm adding that to the range of the electrical truck, then I can cover a distance from 800 to 1,000 kilometers, or even more. And that's the huge advantage of the e-trailer. And in our opinion, this is a good approach. This is a way to make our contribution, to make our bid to save CO2. Electrification means, in a further step, that we do not have to limit ourselves to the e-axis. We can also electrify our refrigerating system. The battery packs under the trailer, they help to give the refrigerator electricity, and consequently we also have zero emissions there. Now I'm talking about the second aspect. This is digitalization. I've already said that there is a data handling, data management between the trailer and the truck machine, a synchronization between the kingpin and the speed that the vehicle is driving, so that this situation, this floating situation, can be predicted, and so that we can increase energy saving. This only works if you have a data management, if you have digitalization, and digitalization is definitely a term that we've encountered quite often in recent years. And at the very start, this was tackled via telematics. Telematics is a manifold topic, is a varied topic, and we from Krone, we of course have our own telematics system. Telematics doesn't only mean conventional determination of position, consumption, economic driving, optimization of driving economics. It's not only that. Telematics, also, we, as trailer industry, we think that everything happens behind the truck. We are responsible for the goods, for the loads, and those who are charging our customers. Our customers, they want to learn what's happening with the load, with the carriage, with the goods, what's the condition of the goods, how has everything been charged, and our customer also wants to learn, what about my trailer? Well, how is the wear and tear? How's the tire pressure? Where are the potentials to improve performance? We all know if the tire pressure is not right, if the tire pressure is too low or too high, then automatically consumption increases and then CO2 emissions consequently increase. At the same time, this is something we will present on the IAA. We have our smart scan. That's intelligent monitoring of the trailer truck. We have varied applications. Have the goods been charged in an ideal way as prescribed? Has anything been damaged during charging, decharging? Is everything secured? Has everything been charged according to prescription? Are there any empty pallets? Is there empty space, not only when it comes to volume, but also when it comes to weight? Here, the system TPMS plays an important role. I have an automatic weight recognition. I can automatically recognize how much more I can charge, how much more is allowed, and all those data play a role. They play their bit, and all those data make the driving sensation more efficient. The customer can drive in a more efficient way, and we have a massive effect of saving energy, saving petrol, saving fuel, and consequently also CO2 emissions. But what really counts are data. The customer needs to handle his or her data. The customer needs to arrange its own data. And the customer needs to interact with his or her own customers. And this is very important for us as Krone. We want to be able to exchange data. Exchanging data means security. Security is important. What's happening with data? Who's the owner of the data? We, as Krone, we have a clear position. The customers own their data. The stakeholder who generates data has the sovereignty over his own data and can decide what's happening with his or her data. This is really key of data management. At the same time, we're saying, and here I'm getting back to agricultural company. We as Krone, we're not only operative in commercial vehicles, we're also operative in agricultural vehicles. We are pioneering market leaders in round presses in agriculture. We are cooperating with a lot of different agricultural manufacturers. We are pioneering in round balers, and in the industry, we agreed that we will use one data format, one uniform data format. In the commercial industry, we're using USO, and we don't want to have to program millions of interfaces. This is not really helpful. This is not increasing efficiency. We need one data format that we agree upon in the industry, one data format that we all use, so that we can really make use of the efficiencies. And if we end up with one data format, then we can have the possibility to integrate previous processes. Post processes. We're not only observing the process from the trip from A to B, we are also integrating the world that's happening before and after the trip. So our customers, our handlers, they already know the estimated time of arrival. They know when the vehicle will arrive. They precisely know up to plus minus 5 minutes. They precisely know when the vehicle will arrive. They can really monitor and control their resources so that if the trailer arrives, it's immediately being discharged, cleaned and cleared. In a further step, I will talk about automation, but here you can already see the potential in the whole context, how the whole supply chain can become more efficient. All stakeholders involved can profit and benefit from this. And consequently, it also means the followings. We as Krone, we have a certain data competency. We are saying, okay, the customers are owning their own data. We are offering to the customers to host data. We are offering the service to the customer. We are offering the hosting for other stakeholders, for processes before and afterwards, depending on the wishes of the customer. At the moment, if we're talking about this, at the moment we don't have this uniform format. At the moment, we are programming our own interfaces with our own employees, and we can communicate between warehouse, trailers, customers, and this is no news. This also means that we have a Cronen app. The dispatcher and the driver, they can have an app on their respective device, and they can individually react to the situation. They can immediately are guided, and they can document data. They can easily use data. Now I'm getting to the third aspect, and the third aspect is automation. Here it is about increasing efficiencies. I've already talked about it at the very start. It is a fact that human beings are charging the trailer, decharging the trailer, but are clearing the trailer. But as I've shown in the first image, everything is linked, everything is connected, and automation is only possible if you have automation. And here I've brought two examples. On the one hand, we can say when charging, in the previous process, we have different levels to charge. We can commission everything beforehand. We can do the order picking. We have an estimated time of arrival, and the customer precisely knows when the trailer arrives. With his electrical trailer, he's driving in front of the ramp, and we have an automatic door. The trailer is opened. The complete charging level is being brought into the trailer, and the process takes a maximum of 5 minutes, and the driver can automatically close the gate again and just continue to drive. This is on the one hand. On the one hand, we can control the goods. We can completely control the goods. We can safeguard the goods. We know everything is there. Nothing can be stolen. Everything is in the right place, and we are taking out the driver from this whole process. He's not involved. The driver can focus on what he's actually doing. He can focus on to driving from A to B. We have a huge truck driver issue in Germany. We have no new talents. A lot of drivers will retire in the next years. In Germany, we're talking about 500,000 drivers that are lacking, and this is a problem because the driver position needs to become more attractive. And of course, we need to achieve a better pay so that this job becomes more attractive. At the same time, thanks to automation, we can really focus on what counts. The drivers can focus on what they're actually doing. And they do not have to wait in front of the ramp. They do not have to check anything. Maybe the driver arrives too late because he was faced with a traffic jam, and he was standing still for 2-3 hours, and he doesn't feel like a third-class person in front of the ramp. He's not being treated badly, and this is our contribution. This is a second example. Is our automated loading and unloading container chassis. We will present that on the IAA. This is a multifactional one or a concrete one for 20 feet or 40 feet containers. Here the driver with a respective device with a hand panel. Here the driver can set up the container chassis the way he or she needs it. So depending on the container, we have a lot of different container types. And if he has the multifunctional chassis with the front or the back, he can automatically adjust his trailer, whether we're talking about a 20, 40, 45 feet container. And the driver can, and that's the huge advantage, the driver can automatically lock everything with the container dockings. And the advantage, he saves time. Everything becomes more efficient, container use becomes more efficient, and the driver is out of the dangerous area, is not involved in the dangerous area, not exposed to danger, and the terminal, which has space issues all the time, because in this area there are a lot of containers. So the container chassis doesn't stay a long time in the container terminal. There's not a lot of time is spent. We are at the moment bargaining with container. We're talking to container terminals in Hamburg and in our areas. And for the user of this container chassis, of the fully automatic container chassis, for this user, we are discussing with the terminal providers that those multi-chassis trailer drivers have a fast lane. So they will have a fast lane because everything is happening fully automatic, and yeah, everything will become quicker and faster. Those are our aspects. Those are the things we're dealing with. Of course, we have a lot more on our agenda. We have 5 product areas. We offer everything: refrigerating trailers, any kind of trailer. I've just mentioned container trailers. We offer the whole range, the whole problem. We have swap trailers, different kind of trailers, all kinds, everything you can imagine. It's not everything we're doing, but it's our way to get a foot into the door at the customer. We are active when it comes to digitalization, as I've mentioned, to really improve efficiency for the customer. It's key to us that the customer can work in a more efficient way, and the customers save energy, fuel, petrol, energy, and our customers are reducing CO2 emissions in operation. I need to provide you with one further answer. Yes. For those who have not Googled us yet, who have not Googled it, yes, penguins, they have knees. They have all the joints that we have, sometimes smaller, sometimes bigger, but they do have knees, yes. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
So, do we have any questions? First of all, of course, we have a little delay in our schedule, but let's face it, this is live, and it's with people again. So, we will have a shorter break later. And so, questions from the audience. There's a question.
Ben Tim de Jong, Big Truck Online Magazine uit de Nederlanden. Herr Dr. Albers, Ihr e-trailer, daarvan is die vraag.
Dr. Albers, your e-trailer that you mentioned, what is the empty weight? And the second question is, how many e-trailers are you testing right now, and where are you testing them, and which kind of versions of the trailers work best, be it the refrigerated trailers and so on, and also the solar panels, would that help as well? And furthermore, what are the needs of the drivers and the truck industry and such to combine all these things? Yeah. Well, we've got 10 vehicles on the way, and with different logistics companies, with different geographic conditions and loading conditions in order to collect the necessary data and to further optimize the whole system. The empty weight is the regular one of a semi-trailer, be it a planned semi-trailer with 5,500 kilograms, or with a battery pack we have 200, 400 or 600 kilowatt hours, or the heavier version with the electrified axle. We are working on optimizing this, but at the end of the day, we will achieve 8 to 9 tons of overall weight. Solar panels are being tested, but it's just a small contribution for running this vehicle in order to run a vehicle in an optimal electrified way. But of course, there are electrical devices on the vehicle that can be fed by this electricity. So here and there, if the vehicle is parked or if the trailer is not being used, in those cases, the telematic unit could be fed with that or other smaller devices. And we use that for refrigerator and other semi-trailers. That is not a problem. It can be used in versatile, multiple ways. It can, of course, be, I can give you some more information. The middle axle can be used as an electric, and the first and the third axle can be used as a recuperating axle in order to have an additional effect so that the brake energy can be recuperated and fed into the battery when running the vehicle. So we have one last.
Would like you, due to the time, to meet Mr. Dr. Alberts in the networking lunch break. Herr Rathmann.
I would like to ask a question, Matthias Rathmann, MTM Publishing House. This is a really interesting new topic. How can I imagine this? Are there 1360 in a warehouse will be pre-stored and then rolled into a vehicle? Is that what I should imagine? Or is there a shipper who would try to do this and implement that? Well, we are moving in the market, and we don't just have contacts within our customers, but always with shippers, and we work with a larger shipping company that is an operator of retailers in northwest Germany. And the way you should imagine this, you have a loading platform, and this is where the order picking is done and prepared for the individual markets, and the 13 by 60 or by 50 loading platform is moved into the trailer, and then the driver can just drive to the individual markets and unload according to the requirements of the market. Then he goes back, brings the loading platform back, and loads the new loading platform. And this happens right at the warehouse. It has the advantage that you save time, and also, as I explained, you know, or you can always see that the order picking is done completely, that all the aspects regarding theft and so on is being monitored. And within the warehouse, you have the different facilities that you have there with staff and such, and you can always optimally utilize them. Thank you.
And we go on now with one of our, let's say, Mr. Heckmann just mentioned earlier, one of the key topics for the future. And let me just shout it as somebody who lives in the direct center of Berlin. It is a really important topic. Let's talk about the last mile, and let's talk about cargo bikes. And I welcome on stage now Dr. Kruse from Reidel.
Thank you very much. My name is Arne Kruse, and I'm the co-founder of Reidel. And this journey from Reidel, when we get the slides on the screen, started 4 years ago together with Krone. And we had the pleasure to have somebody on our side to support us with the idea of how to change the last mile, how it exists nowadays, and how it would be like in the future. Now it moved quite quickly after I pressed the button. So we have the question of the on-demand world of tomorrow. Everybody's going online, that's what we know. The numbers are extremely increasing. People want to have everything, anytime, wherever they are, wherever they want it to get delivered. And the delivery solution at the end of the day is a very complex thing. Even it looks very simple, but all the data and all the information about the end customers and the goods are coming together on the last mile, and that's where normally the cutoff is between vehicle, data, and drivers, and all these we are putting together. And we developed a solution which looks very simple in a vehicle, but the question is, how did we develop it? How did we do our research? And where do we come from? So if you look at the slide, we see that the structure, the infrastructure we know nowadays is more than 30 years old. We have the trucks, we have the congestion in the cities, we have the full load of parcels, sorting process is taking place in the road, and
We have walkers going around with the parcels, taking a lot of time, wasting a lot of massive waste of resources, and of course increasing the cost, excuse me. And therefore, the question is, how can we make that better in the future? You see on the screen as well that there are already some options on the pavement. There are roads painted for bikes. There are options to make cities better for the people, to shut them down for cars. There are closed areas. And these are the learnings we had before we went into our question of what is the ideal bike for the future of the industry of deliveries. And that's not only the one thing that we want to substitute. We want also to go with the scale-up. Then the scale-up is another problem what we have. The scale-up from 2020 to 2025 will be like double. And these billions of parcels who want to be delivered to the end customers per year is not only the thing from the CEP industry, it's also the question of what else is coming in addition to the parcels we have nowadays. Nowadays we have mainly the Amazon parcels, the Zalando, whatever you call them, but the retails, the brands, the production companies, the corner shops, all these companies are willing to deliver because the end customer want to have the stuff delivered at their doorstep and as close as possible. And this great number is only been touched with 10 to 15% nowadays. So the ad hoc deliveries of the food and beverage, pharmaceuticals, or the bottle of water, these numbers have not even started. 10 to 15% of the turnover has been touched so far. The solution will not be that we put more vans in the traffic, that we put more congestion on the road, because the roads are getting closer. We cut off roads, we implement bike lanes instead of roads. So therefore, we need a different kind of approach. And the approach will be, we should not get stuck. We should have more space for the vehicles and to get a performance in, how to make it better. And this is the one we created after a lot of research with the market, and it looks very simple, but it's not. What is special on these vehicles? These vehicles are made as a game changer for the urban deliveries. We had a lot of long journey about the question how to make the vehicle in a way that the loading situation will be optimized, very fast loading process, to look at the driver behavior, and the drivers are very rude with their products, so we have to make an adjustment of the vehicle to the behavior of the people, to make it very stable and robust, to make it very easy to maneuver, maybe to jump with them, and that's not just a joke on the slide. If you make the research and go to German cities where we saw it, if there is a shortcut for a driver and the shortcut goes over steps at the end of a pedestrian area, for example, the driver is up and ready to take the steps. So, I mean, we didn't develop the bike for steps, but we developed a way that the bike will not be destroyed immediately after taking the stairs. So the question, how it looks like. Now the question, what were the special effects of this bike? One thing was probably the forklifter. So we call the bike the backwards driving forklifter because we have a forklifter system implemented, fully electric driven, automatic, press a button, and the fork lifts whatever you put in the bag. And the question is, what you put in the bag depends on the use case. And if you think about last mile delivery, you have to, first of all, ask yourself the question, what do people get delivered to their home? It starts in the early morning when they get the newspaper delivered. After the newspaper, you can get the first situation from the parcel delivery for the express deliveries. So you get express deliveries from 8, maybe 10 o'clock in the morning, and after 10 o'clock, you move forward to the parcel deliveries of the typical next day delivery. So there you have already 3 different kind of use cases and with different kind of box situations. Pre-sorted, pre-loaded boxes you can lift with the forklifter. And after the delivery of the parcels, maybe about noon or early afternoon, the supermarket starts the delivery because people want to get their goods delivered before they come home. So you swap the box into a supermarket box, nice branded, and the cargo will be on the way with the same vehicle to your doorstep. After having the supermarket stuff delivered, what is next in the evening? You get home, you're hungry, you want drinks, you want food, you order food, the food can be delivered with exactly this solution. Different kind of box. You have a compartment for keeping the cold stuff cold and another compartment in the same box to keep the warm stuff warm. And all of a sudden you have the perfect food and beverage delivery bike. After that, what is next? People want to get home after a restaurant visit. You put a box in the back. It's not ready yet, but it's our forecast. You put a taxi box in back. So you move the vehicle from the newspaper in the morning to the people mover in the evening. And you have already your asset managed from 4 o'clock in the morning to like 10, 12 o'clock in the evening. And in the evening, what do you have in your neighborhood? Hopefully you don't have it, but there are a lot of cities in the world where you need them. You have security people going around by cars, whatever kind of vehicles. Why should they not take a mover? They don't need the box, so they just put the box away. They just need the vehicle. It's a covered vehicle with a roof. They are absolutely dry in the rainy season. And you have a use case between 12 o'clock until 4 o'clock in the morning before you get back to the newspaper. So we developed an asset which you can use 24/7 for any kind of environment you can think of. And this is 30% faster than a van. And it's also extremely close to the door. That was the main idea we had. How get the insights of the customer behavior? We need keep the data we need for deliveries and combine it with the data we get from the customer. And therefore, you have to go closest to the door as you can. What does it mean close to the door? If you think about a big mall where you have like 10 or 15 entrance situations and you have a retail shop inside where you want to do the delivery, these huge malls are not easy to access from the driver if you are not used to the area because you don't know the exactly entrance. But if you have the data from the last delivery to a shop like Zara, then you can exactly go to the same place because it's the learning curve we implement with the collection of the data of the telematic in this vehicle. All these together, it's not only that it's very efficient, it's also very economically. And the ecological aspect, it's extremely sustainable vehicle. And for the last, but also very important, we talked about the drivers and the behavior of drivers and how the drivers in the truck industries are treated. We developed the bike because it was not really a huge effort to do it, but we did it as an extremely ergonomic vehicle so that we are not in the situation of having a lot of sick delivery people. What we can see in the market from the deliveries companies, you know, all over the world with the big backpack, these people can only do it for 3 months. After that, they need a break or they quit the job because of healthy issues. And therefore, we need a situation where this kind of job can be done from anybody, but on a long-term perspective. And also, if you look at older people, because it's the bicycle with the power electric support, you can do that with 70 years, 80 years, 40 years, 16 years, you name it. But it's no problem to get anybody on the bike with an extremely ergonomic footprint to make it very safe for the people to use it. And it's not only that it's safe, it's also that this vehicle is extremely modular, as I mentioned before. It comes like a pickup. You have if you want a flatbed in the back, but normally it comes with the forklifter system, and the forklifter gives you the option to put a box on it. The loading time is less than a minute, so you have the loading process in less than 60 seconds on and off for nearly 2 cubic meters. And that is very efficient because the pre-sorting process, as we just heard about the trailer loading system, in one shot, we have the complete box already pre-defined and can load it in one shot. This together with the Euro pallet gives it not only the possibility to use it in the delivery situation, but also in the industrial area where you have the intercompany deliveries, and can also use it as a forklifter with a big advantage: no driver license. If you think about forklifters in your area where you come from, in the logistic world, the biggest problem, people need a driver license for that, and it's a very dangerous thing. This is quite safe because the driver goes to the front like a bicycle driver and has the full capacity of the loading of the box, and this can be easily 250 kilos, and the volume of this box, of this Euro pallet, of course, is the size of the Euro pallet, and in the box, which you see in the middle, the inner size of the box is the same. You can put a Euro pallet into the box and have the full variation of the box, and you put Euro boxes in to make it a really easy, standard loading and unloading process. On this picture, you see how we did the engineering. The engineering took us more than expected. The bike took longer than the hydrogen truck, but our team is a little bit smaller. So the suspension, as you can see here, is a very important thing. Why? Because the shock absorption of the vehicle is extremely healthy for the driver, for the vehicle, and for the goods to transport. And the downside, I mentioned earlier, people go downstairs with a bike, which could be the situation, but we are the only one in the market to do so. So therefore, it's a competitive advantage to cut off the shortcut. There are a lot of more positive aspects on this vehicle. The main thing is that it's extremely easy to maneuver. You can turn on the spot, so your turning radius is a little bit bigger than the vehicle is in size, and therefore it makes it extremely easy to get closest to the door. That was in 90% better in closest to the door delivery than all the other vans we can see in the market. And on the other hand, there's an option to go backwards. This is not only important for loading the Euro pallet or the boxes, but it's also very important to go back when you are close to the door in a very easy way to be back on the road and to save time and to go next delivery station to do the deliveries. The reducing of cost is a very important thing. Whatever we do here is less cost than any comparison with a van, and it's of course extremely sustainable, as I mentioned earlier. The insurance issue is something which is always raised. There's no insurance in Germany and in Europe for these kind of vehicles. Today it's the way it is, maybe different in the future, but at the moment it's extremely easy to use. No driving license, no insurance, and 2 cubic meters of volume in an extremely flexible situation, and you can use it 24/7. But this game of a vehicle only works when you have the family around to support it. It's like in real life, if you only have a vehicle and the touch points, the interfaces are not very clear, it's a substitution of a van, but it's not really fits in the infrastructure. So we developed the whole infrastructure together with the half-size swap body of the Krone family. We put it at half size on the back of the Iveco in this example. Quite sad that the colleague from Iveco is not here anymore to see that. But this kind of mobility of goods from outside the city to get it into the city with a kind of box transportation is quite unique and doesn't exist in the market. So we are able to have 9 boxes in one small container, which goes automatically electric up and down on the floor and has an access through the telematic family we are using. So the driver with his app opens the micro hub and is ready to access to the boxes, puts it on the bike, and from here he goes and starts the deliveries. And this kind of concept has been proven in a lot of cities, and the key is that these functionalities are connected in the IT, in the digital world. So now we spoke a lot about the way of getting the infrastructure and the goods to the end customers, and all of this is underlined with the digital information of which parcels goes where, under which circumstances, and what do we get out of it, and what do we learn of that. So we combine the physical delivery with the digital platform of the delivery information to make the delivery experience a learning curve in order to predict the future deliveries and to drive, at the end of the day, future behavior. Therefore, you need the operating system where you have the asset management, where you have the routing, where you have the telematics, you have the geofencing, and a lot of more functionalities you can think of in order to make the vehicle an intelligent, smart vehicle where you know where it is, how it goes, and how the performance works. This together is the fundament of an ecosystem. And if you see the summary of the city, which I just mentioned, you have the vehicle inside, you have micro hubs, you have all kinds of different cargos all over the day. Remember the 24/7 approach. And then you have one kind of vehicles. They are all over in the city like ants, and you can load and unload them wherever they pass by. And it's a mixture of the business from the warehouse or the micro hub in the city to the end customer. And on its way, the vehicles are able to collect and to deliver other kind of parcels in a completely mixed way. So the fundamental of these innovations is that we have the combination of the aggregation on the one side of parcels, so any kind of parcel you put on the bike, and on the other hand, any kind of customers you can serve with the same bicycle 24/7. But this sounds easy, but it's of course very complex. So if you look at this complex situation, for the disruption, we need the ecosystem to change the logistics, which I just touched in a couple of points. So it's the packaging concepts you have to keep in mind. It's the new warehouse design of pre-sorting of boxes and to keep them in a very efficient level. It's the cost control, where the costs go down because of the use all over the day. And it's the delivery process, which will be changed in the future, because I did not mention the instant delivery or the flexible delivery time or the ad hoc delivery, like the Q-commerce, what we have from the media in the last 18, 19 months, extremely intense in our mind. So these things you cannot use with the kind of vehicle you saw in the beginning, the typical trucks with a sorting process in the road. This is not the solution for the future because they are not flexible. You cannot adjust it for what you need, so you need more developing in the process as well, what we provide with our kind of vehicle. The ESG requirements are also extremely important these days, and at the end of the slide, the vehicle usage is, of course, with all the analytics, a big question how the future delivery will look like. And this is where we get the data and we make our prediction. For the user, for the end customer, these kind of infrastructure in the ecosystem just increase the performance at a lower cost. It's normally a very unreal scenario because people don't believe in that, but with our product, it's real. So the fully integrated last mile ecosystem has been testing in the last couple of years. We did it with premium brands. We have more than 5,000 vehicles together with the smaller brother of the mover, with the German Post. And all this experience and all this research we did in the last 4 years came to one spot in the developing of the new Mover 3, which we have here in this presentation. These proven concepts are green and fully sustainable, highly efficient, and cost-reducing. The data for nature game, as we call it, does not only help the performance of the logistic companies, but also help the planet to reduce the number of deliveries and to reduce the number of vehicles to go to one customer. So in our perfect world in the future, we have roads to be delivered with only one vehicle because you do the aggregation of parcels beforehand and you don't have like 5, 6 or 7 companies a day serving your personal household. So therefore we need technologies and innovations in vehicles which we have with the Mover 3. All this data pays into this new technology to make it happen, and we think that the future of this is not only because the big brands in the globe believe in us. We are only 4 years in the market, and we are proud to present the new Mover here, and we thank a lot to the partners we developed this together with, because all the knowledge of the last mile we collected in the last 4 years, and we put all the experience into the new product. We did it in Europe in more than 70 cities now. We have these products in place and up and running. We have pilots globally. We work in Bogota and Colombia very successfully. It's a very intense city, but it's the main capital city of bicycles in Latin America. So the use case was quite easy to put there, and the number of awards we won over the last years shows that this kind of thing is a thing people look at and they like it in a way they want to change it with us to the future. So we are happy to give you the insights of the sustainability as a service, and please come to the IAA and visit our booth in Hall 13. It's part of the Krone group, so you will not miss it, and everybody has to pass by. And I'm really looking forward to see you smile like our fantastic rider here on the picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kruse. So are there any questions from the audience? Then we go on. Thank you again. So I guess you can get Dr. Kruse for interview questions later in the break. And now I welcome Emma Ann on the stage, and Mr. Flaskamp, the stage is yours.
Okay, then I have a different picture here on my screen, so maybe somebody can check that. So thank you very much for your introduction. I will take it in German today, but of course your questions in English are welcome as well later on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here today. I'm delighted to be here in person and to have the opportunity to talk to you. Finally, we can do that in a decade that was characterized by crisis, characterized by the pandemic and also the war in Ukraine. They change our society. But one topic is rather in the background. One topic that is even more decisive for us on this planet, and it is even more important for our customers. And President Müller, I'm delighted that this year we have IAA Transportation, that we have a new topic. Transportation is what our customers are doing. Our customers, we really focus onto our customers. The customers are really key to us, and together as an industry, we want to push them forward. For more than 100 years now, the commercial vehicle industry and its products and its services, for more than 100 years now, we made our contribution. We contributed to our economic development, to the development that we've seen in the last 100 years. Without transport, without transportation, there would be no online trade. And this success, our success, had a side effect that 14% we are responsible for 14% of the CO2 emissions. And consequently, this is our biggest global challenge now. We need to fight climate change now. We need to reduce CO2 emissions in a sustainable way, and we need to design our technology roadmap consequently as an industry, together with innovative solution in order to achieve the 1.5 degrees climate goal. Our commercial vehicle industry has the expertise, has the knowledge to really use the lever for climate neutral mobility. We have already used at MIN this lever. We've made strategic decisions a couple of years ago. Now at MIN, we are really changing things. In our 270 years history, we've never faced such changes. Our customers have new requirements, and we have quite ambitious and strict climate goals that our society demands. We are investing together. We are investing under the umbrella of the trading group until 2026. We are investing 2.6 billion euros into the worldwide electrification of our products. Further funding will be invested in research and development. We are investing in alternative drivetrain strategies combined with digitalization and combined with autonomous driving. And this is how we guarantee the future of our transport industry, the future of our customers, and the future of our business. This is how we safeguard our industry, our group. In electrification, we have an experience of more than a decade. This year, we've celebrated an anniversary that you can see here. 50 years Olympic Games in Munich. 50 years ago, for the Olympic Games in Munich in 1972, we were the first ones to have an electrical bus on the streets with a range of 50 kilometers. And today, our electric city bus, in the practical tests, under real conditions, can achieve 550 kilometers with only one battery charge. This, the so far biggest project to test emission-free and closed electrical drive. This project was possible with a noiseless truck. It started at one of our customers in 2018. In the meantime, we have 60 MAN vehicles, a small series in different applications. We have 60 vehicles in 10 European countries, and since the start of the production in 2019, we have driven 1.5 million kilometers. Together with our customers in electromobility, together with our customers, we are building up a lot of expertise, we are gaining knowledge, and this is also true for alternative drive. Altogether, thanks to our experience with electric drives and components, MAN hybrid buses are running since 2000. We are producing those buses since 2011. Today, you can see a lot of our hybrid buses in cities all over the world. Alternative drives are our motor for many, many years. Our spectrum of climate-friendly vehicles is a good one. You can observe our portfolio for many, many years now. But what will be different during the IAA 2022? The alternative drivetrains will come at a level of scale in the commercial vehicle sector, only 2-3 years later after the car passenger sector. And we are driven by social changes, by different political framework conditions, and we've made a lot of technological success that we will present on the IAA. We will focus onto the BEV vehicles. We will focus onto them. This drivetrain offers a lot of energy, has a good CO2 balance sheet. 50% of the primary energy goes directly into the drivetrain of the vehicle. Furthermore, the energy costs are low. And this has a good effect on TCO, onto the operational costs of our customers. Battery electrical drives are immediately available, and the battery technology is continuously being further developed on a global level. The maintenance in operation, is quite low. Vehicle availability will be higher for our customers. Fuel cell hydrogen-based technology still have disadvantages compared to BEVs. In hydrogen drives, only a quarter of the energy goes into the drivetrain. 3/4 of the energy are being lost through transformation. If you compare the costs to diesel, cost efficiency will come only later in comparison to diesel if green hydrogen is available in the future. Only then the costs will be comparable. But then green hydrogen will only be used for steel production and other production. We are of that opinion. The fuel cell is still not suitable for heavy trucks, heavy commercial vehicles, but we are following this. Electrical drive is the most efficient form in all alternative drives. They are suitable for municipal area, for city traffic. Electrification of trucks is the best solution, and also for the last mile, it's the best suitable energy. We've already received orders from customers for more than 1,000 fully electrical BEVs, city buses for 2020. Every week, further orders are being added. During our e-bus road trip through Europe with our MAN line City E through Europe, we've covered more than 2,500 kilometers, and we've shown together with our partners on the route that traveling in Europe with electric drives are already possible today. Our van is already fully electrified and is already pioneering in the urban area. So far, we've sold 1,500 of our e-vans since the market start in 2020. We're already using them at our customers. Since the end of 2019, we've launched a small series of our fully electrical distribution truck. We are expecting until 2030 that 60% of our distribution truck will drive emission-free in cities. And after the city bus, after the van, after the distribution truck, we are now electrifying the heavy trucks at MAN. At the start of 2024, we will deliver the first 200 units to our customers. As of 2025, we will have produced more than 2,500 units. For 2030, we are expecting that every second newly sold truck in Europe will be battery electrical driven truck. Our heavy e-truck will definitely be one of the highlights on this year's IAA. The limited range in battery electrical drives is at the moment the biggest concern of the customer. But there's no reason to be concerned. At MAN, we are already achieving good values, good ranges. Our e-truck that you've just seen on the photo beforehand, our e-truck that you've seen on the photo in Tempelhof, will have ranges from 600 to 800 kilometers. With the next battery generation that we're already working on, we will achieve ranges of up to 1,000 kilometers in the next years to come. And we will have charging times of less than 1 hour, and with customary volumes, loading volumes that we know from conventional trucks. Technologically, when it comes to distribution trucks, buses and trucks, at MAN we are ready for climate-neutral mobility. But the charging infrastructure will be decisive. Our customers need to rely on a charging infrastructure. Commercial vehicles need megawatt charging stations, not only in Germany, but all over Europe. After calculations of ACEA, 2030, 42,000 charging stations are being needed along the German motorways, along the European motorways, in order to cover the needs of today's transport sector. Our e-truck is already suitable for this. Technology is already equipped with mega charging standard. With the high voltage charging joint venture of the trading group, Daimler and Volvo, we at MAN, we are part of the solution for this infrastructure. At least 1,700 high-performance charging stations for ecological electricity will be built close to logistic hubs, close to motorways, will be built in the next 5 years to come, in the next 5 years, for electrical long-distance commercial vehicles to close the still existing closing gap. We also need the support of politicians, of politics. They need to set the framework to really drive this mobility change. Consequently, we are happy about the decision of the German government and the European government. They have launched their master plan, climate program here in Germany and in Europe. They've seen the necessity of the regulatory framework, and they will implement, and they are describing suitable measures. But from the German government and from the European Union, we need concrete targets for the charging infrastructure. As a brand of the master plan, in our opinion, we need 4,000 megawatt charging station points until 2030 in Germany. And the German governments, they need to do a bit of extra work. Also on European level, politicians have set the track. They want to build alternative charging stations. They've taken the right decision, and with this, we can manage the ramp up for electrical vehicles in the same way as for the battery electrical driven bus. We at MAN, we are delighted to welcome you at the IAA this year. We would like to show you at the IAA how we can, together as a partner, together with our partners, how we can drive the climate change to achieve climate neutrality. Together, we are shaping the transport for our customers. Thank you.
So we have time for 2 questions, and you were the first. So I would say we start with you and afterwards you.
Hallo, Tobias Pieler von der Frankfurter Allgemeinen Zeitung.
What are the preconditions for all the electric long-haul trucks that you would like to have on the roads? So every evening we see all the parking lots along the motorway full of trucks. So what's the factor to multiply the energy offer in the station of the trucks? And another question, how heavy are actually the battery packs that you are using for your long-haul trucks? Thank you.
This infrastructure ourselves, which is definitely not enough, and definitely we also see other partners moving. But at the same time, we're also cooperating with partners like ABB or Siemens to build up depot charging where you are loading, unloading. If you are standing 30 minutes unloading and you have a mega charging possibility at actually the industrial site, you can utilize this. At the same time also, we are building up mega charging possibilities at our dealer premises so that customers can also charge over there. And this is happening then also within the 45 minutes or 30 minutes time frame where you can charge up to 80% of close to 801 megawatt.
Thank you. And the next and final question.
Hello, Claude Evans from Truck and Business Magazine in Belgium. My question is also linked to the previous one, of course, but you've shown that for long-haul trucks, electric trucks, you need to charge en route, so you need to use the 45-minute break. How can we be sure that there will be enough fast chargers available so that every trucks that need to be charged at any parking lot available in Europe, that there will be fast chargers enough for those trucks?
Yeah, we ensure this by investing €500 million jointly with two other truck manufacturers and among trading group together with the Scania colleagues. This is one, let's say, step. The other step is, of course, to cooperate together with our customers to have charging facilities on the logistics hubs, but also on our own premises where we are servicing the trucks. And then also this charging is not to be connected actually to standing overnight. The charging through the mega charging standard can be done in 30 minutes. And then also let me say one thing, even on the long haul trucks, the average mileage per day is up to 450 kilometers. The majority of long haul trucks actually is not performing more than 450, 500 kilometers. So we really believe that with actually within a few years, just with an overnight charging or with topping up once a day, you can operate. Yeah. Thank you.
So, yes. So last but not least, for the big break, for our lunch break, is a company that supports Coldplay, and that's like when I read about the company, I read the name in another article, not linked to this kind of event, and I read that your company, Mr. Sonneveld, is supporting Coldplay by the World Tour to make the tour as green as possible. So please welcome now Neste on stage, Mr. Peter Sonneveld, Vice President Sales, and he will speak about on the road to carbon neutral renewable fuels as decarbonization alternative. The stage is yours.
I speak a little bit of German like Rudi Carell, but
if you don't mind, it will be a little bit easier for me and I think better for you. I will indeed be talking about renewable fuels as an alternative to decarbonization. And let me say up front that we fully believe in electric. We think it's a fantastic solution to decarbonize transport. However, we also believe that renewable fuels is an essential option to create a healthier planet for our children in the future. Actually, did I have a clicker? Is this the one? Green is forward, I presume. Okay, so first, a few words about Neste itself. We're originally a Finnish oil company founded end of the late 40s. And about 15 years ago, we started to look for alternatives for fossil fuel. We came with our patented NextBTL technology to make renewable diesel. And today, we're the largest renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel producer globally. We produce about 3 million tons today. End of next year, we'll be producing 5.5 million tons. We just announced yesterday that we'll be investing in a Rotterdam plant to have 1.3 million additional renewable diesel or sustainable aviation fuel by the end of 2026. So we're going through tremendous growth, and the feedstocks for these renewable diesels and sustainable aviation fuels are virtually all 92% last year waste and residues. So for example, used cooking oil, animal fat wastes from the food industry. And last year also alone, we've helped our customers to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions by more than 10 million tons, which is equivalent to taking 4 million cars off the road. So today, about 90% of our profitability actually comes from renewables. So we started as an oil company, and we're really moving towards a renewables company. Our key areas of focus are renewable road transportation, where renewable diesel is our key solution. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Renewable aviation, so our sustainable aviation fuel gives 80% greenhouse gas reductions compared to fossil jet fuel. And renewable polymers and chemicals, so we recycle plastics, but also create plastics from renewable feedstocks like used cooking oil. And then really the question which some of you might ask, so if we have electrification, why would we need renewable fuels at all? And hopefully this picture will give a bit of an answer to that from our view. So if you look at the big box, which you see, the total box is the global oil consumption annually at 4.8 billion tons. About half of that is used for transport. Now, if you ramp up by 2040, 600 million electric vehicles, which is already quite ambitious, will replace a bit over 10% of the fossil fuels. If it's 1 billion electric vehicles, it'll be 20% of the fossil fuels replaced. So clearly, this is 2040. We're not talking about 2030, this is 2040. And we need to act faster than that, as we all know. We believe there's a possibility to replace 1 billion tons of fossil fuel with renewable fuels, biofuels. So these are not just our renewable diesel, but these are biodiesels, ethanol, et cetera, et cetera. And even then, there's still half of the fossil fuels remaining. So we need even more solutions. Some of those we've spoken about today. Hydrogen, new feedstock technologies, power to liquids, e-fuels, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a huge challenge. This is a huge challenge. We need all the solutions that we can get. Some of the technologies, will iron itself out. But ultimately, we believe also that these technologies need a level playing field so that we can evaluate them all on their own merit, and that our customers can also choose the ones that fit closest to their needs. So our road transport solution is Neste MY, renewable diesel. In some selected countries, we brand them. This product, also known as HVO, gives on average, so our product is made of waste and residues, so on average this is 90% greenhouse gas reduction. It can be used in any diesel engine without modification. We call it a drop-in fuel, and any infrastructure, so tanks, pumps, pipelines, etc. And it also gives some particulate emission reductions. It's a very clean fuel, as you can see. It looks like water, it smells like water, so it doesn't smell. And so up to 10 to 30%, dependent on the particulate, dependent on the engine, can be reduced. Of course, with the latest Euro 6 engines, these are already very, very clean. So, the particulate emission reductions will be lower. But a very, very good solution, clearly, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And maybe a little bit more detail about the greenhouse gas emissions. So you see here, this is really based on the calculations, the methodology of the Renewable Energy Directive of the European Commission. And you can see really that in the fuel use, these are waste and residues, there's really no greenhouse gas emissions. The 10% remaining comes from transportation and production. And of course, we will be working further to decarbonize this further by using renewable diesel for truck transport or decarbonized shipping, green electricity, green hydrogen, etc. So we'll be able to move this 90% higher and higher. And the availability also, we're a Finnish company, again, by origin, so we've started very much in Finland, where we launch where we see the markets really develop. We also launch our product with a brand. We call it Neste MY, renewable diesel. And we've started in Finland, Sweden, the Baltics, Netherlands, Belgium, US West Coast, California, Washington, Oregon. And so already today we have 600 retail sites with Neste MY renewable diesel available. We've served over 4,000 B2B customers. And we're now also focusing on Germany, clearly the largest economy in Europe, very influential. But it hasn't been easy because You know, as some of you might know, there's something called a Zehnbeamschwau, which regulates sales at the pump. The density of our product is slightly different, and this actually disallows the sales at the pump in Germany. It's really virtually the only country in Europe where that's the case. But it can be used for off-road purposes. With the Clean Vehicle Directive now, it can also be used for public fleets, like bus fleets. And of course, we're working hard now also in ensuring that transport companies and even the private motorist can make use of this as a solution. And by the way, we're doing a soft launch now. We're launching our Neste renewable product also in Germany. So it will become available going forward. So as we speak, we're actually launching Neste renewable diesel in Germany with a couple of distributors. So then a lot of people say, well, is there actually enough of this stuff, right? It sounds like a very nice solution. Is there enough? And you can see here in this graph today, there's about 10 million tons available. We think that in 2030, demand will be actually growing very significantly to 40 to 50 million tons. But at the same time, you can see that supply, so production capacity, is also increasing. So supply and demand are very much in balance, as you can see. So therefore, we believe that the supply will not be an issue for the demand. And then people say, well, okay, but this is waste and residues, limited feedstock, etc. Where do you have enough feedstocks for this? So again, remember the 40 to 50 million tons of production of waste and residue fuel. We have 50 million tons of waste and residues already identified globally. So we believe that there will already be a basis for this, but then we need to look at other feedstocks, novel vegetable oils, cover crops, algae, lignocellulosics, and even new technologies, power to liquids, and so on. If you add all of these up, you'll see that there's about 1 billion tons, which links back again to the picture that we showed before, around 1 billion tons of renewable fuels going forward. So we think there's good solutions to decarbonize already today. We don't have to wait. There's very good solutions already today. As you saw, renewable fuels can scale up significantly, but also we need all the solutions that we can get. Thank you very much.
So, do we have any questions except for Coldplay questions? Yes, Mr. Piller.
Tobias Pieler from Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. May I ask you, how's the cost actually of 1 liter of this diesel? And would this cost fall in the future?
So as I mentioned, we can't actually sell it at the pump in Germany. So I could say there's no pump price. But if you look at the surrounding countries in Europe, it depends kind of on the local legislation. So in some countries, it could be 10 to 20 cents per liter higher. Sweden, there's a tax break, will be maybe 5 cents per liter higher than diesel. But what we typically say is, if you want the cheapest form of transport, then use diesel. And people will typically say, yeah, but it doesn't decarbonize. So then we say, well, you need to compare it then with the other options to decarbonize, which are electric, hydrogen, biodiesel, biogas, etc. And we do total cost of ownership calculations, where typically, because of course a lot of the electricity today in Europe is still generated with coal and natural gas, but typically the total cost of ownership, so the cost to reduce a ton of CO2 is by far the lowest for renewable diesel or HVO. So we believe actually it's the cheapest solution to decarbonize transport.
Okay, any more questions? No, so I guess you are all a bit hungry. We will go on 1:45, and then we start 1:50 with Faun. We're really looking forward. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation, and enjoy the lunch and use your time for interviews and networks. Thank you. So, sounded sweet. Welcome back. I hope you all had a nice lunch. And we will go on now with a brand new project of a well-known company called Faun. And I just spoke to the CEO, Mr. Hermannsmann, and I said, like, what should I say, what should I not say in the intro? And he said, like, you can say, so I will say. He will present Ingenious, and Ingenious is the first vehicle manufacturer with the EU type approval for hydrogen trucks. So, hydrogen, and I would say the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So, ich mache auf Deutsch weiter.
I will continue in German. We've just said that we are brand new, and during my presentation I will contradict that. It's not really true. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure today to present Ingenious today to you. That's the new brand from the Faun Group. We are on our journey for 15 years now. We're doing alternative drives for 15 years now, and with the new brand of Ingenious, we want to set a new milestone. Ingenious is standing for climate neutral truck traffic, and in order to present the brand DNA a bit closer, I'd like to show you a short trailer. Well, Ingenious, trucks for carbon neutral transportation. And with Ingenious, as I've just mentioned, as has been just mentioned, we are the first vehicle manufacturer with an EU type approval for hydrogen trucks, or to be precise, for electrically powered trucks with hydrogen fuel cell system. And you can only achieve that, well, you can't achieve that if you've just started, if you're still in your baby shoes. No, we've started in the year 2006, and we realized the first electrical garbage truck. In the follow-up years, in 2009, we had we delivered the first 20 fully electric garbage trucks to our customers, and they were used for the whole life cycle. And now some of you might ask yourselves the questions, if you know Faun, if you see this image, why is a communal, a municipal manufacturer, a manufacturer of municipal machines, of garbage trucks, how come such a manufacturer deals with electrical drive? The reason was pretty much simple. A garbage truck stops up to 800 times a day during one day, 800 times. Brake energy wasted 800 times. We produce particle dust, and it was quite clear to us at the time that this was not the best solution. And this is why we started. We started also driven by our customer, demanded by our customer. We were looking for a drive system that improves situations, and this is how you encounter electrical drive systems. And we noticed very soon that with an electrical drive, we can save 30 to 40% less primary energy. But at the time, we were a bit early. We did that a bit early. In 2009, there wasn't this big climate change movement. And luckily, we have this movement now in the society. Our customers want something climate neutral. Customers are willing to spend a bit more. But in 2009, the situation wasn't like that, but still, we continued to put in an effort, and in 2011, we realized with the municipal authority of Berlin, the first vehicle with fuel cells. It was running from 2011 to 2013. We wanted to know whether a fuel cell in that development at that time was stable enough to face the daily routine of a garbage truck. And after 2 days, the message was clear. stable aggregate, a quite stable system. This was our first product, the Ingenious Blue Power. We're building it in our new production site in Bremen. It's a series production. It's optimized for the communal, for the municipal use. And the basis is the Mercedes-Benz Iconic, and we are really happy about that. We got it from Daimler Trucks as so-called glider. It's being delivered into our production premises. So gliders are vehicles that are gliding. They don't have a proper chassis. And we are retrofitting this one in our facilities. We are retrofitting our drive system. And we have now 21 vehicles. We have 21 vehicles used by customers today. And this vehicle, this truck, offers 17 tons of payloads, have a range of 250 kilometers, and can be refueled in 15 minutes. And it's perfectly suitable for the municipal use. It's equal to diesel competitors with the huge benefit that it doesn't produce a lot of emissions, noise emissions, no CO2 emissions at all. The next baby by Ingenious will be the City Power. The City Power is a vehicle, a two-axis truck on the basis of Mercedes-Benz Iconic that is ideal for the distribution transport. And the City Power will have a payload of 9 tons, a range of 500 kilometers, and can be refueled in 30 minutes. And this one is, of course, emission-free and doesn't produce noise. Fueling time will be improved in the future. The industry is putting in a lot of effort. The standardization authorities are generating new protocols that simplify the fueling process so that we can achieve a higher speed. Here you see the packaging of the vehicle on both sides. Between the axes we have the tanks, hydrogen tanks. We have 32 kilograms of hydrogen and can achieve a reach of 500 kilometers. And this vehicle will be shown as a prototype on the IAA in September for the first time. And of course, you can also think about such a vehicle with a BEV concept. It's even easier. You don't have the whole hydrogen. You don't have to install the hydrogen side. You don't need to deal with hydrogen at all. We've just simulated it here. You can achieve a vehicle with nearly the same payload, slightly lower payload, but the range is only 260 kilometers, and refueling really depends on the load. I only started at 100 kilowatts, then we're talking about more than 3 hours if you charge with megawatts. Then charging time is significantly lower. What are we planning to do? Until 2027, we want to deliver up to 12,000 trucks. We want to help in the early ramp-up phase to offer hydrogen-driven vehicles so that an infrastructure can be ramped up. Because if the industry is saying our first hydrogen vehicles will only come in 2027, then there will be no fueling stations, and then we won't make any progress. And this is why we want to help to use those refueling stations. And if you calculate it with 12,000 vehicles in 2027, those vehicles need 96,000 tons of hydrogen every year. As mentioned earlier on, we also cooperate with standardization authorities. We are cooperating with the industry so that a high-flow tank protocol is being developed, and we are continuously developing our production capacities so that we can deliver 5,000 units per year. Ingenious is furthermore a partner of several consortia, for instance, the Clean Hydrogen Course Lab. Here I've brought an overview of the filling stations that we have in Europe. So far, 150, 95 of them in Germany. And we are using them with our customers, with the trucks that we are delivered. We will use them together with our customers. But we do know that a lot of market participants, a lot of infrastructure providers are trying to expand this offer. For instance, Shell, until 2025, by 2025, they plan to have up to 50 additional hydrogen fueling stations in Germany. Or H2 Mobility, They have already 95 fueling stations, and they are planning further fueling stations, especially suitable for commercial vehicles. Or infrastructure provider, energy companies, like here in this example, EWE, energy provision provider from the northwest of Germany. They have a lot of gas. And unfortunately, everybody is talking about gas these days, and they are working on projects on existing methanol, natural gas tanks, and they're trying to transform them into hydrogen tanks so that we have the capabilities for hydrogen. And we are fully convinced that hydrogen, as energy provider, hydrogen is an ideal energy provider for the commercial use. We can have hydrogen in a circular economy. You can transport it in diverse ways. You can save it, you can store it, and together with the battery, it's the ideal energy provider. If we think of an exclusive battery world for the commercial area, then for the trucks, for the vehicles in Germany, we would need 200 additional terawatt hours of electricity. Today, we have 560 terawatt hours that we're consuming every year. And if we wanted to produce this energy in a renewable way, we would need 29,000 windmills. That's precisely the number that we have today. And then we will hope that the wind is blowing when the truck is at the refilling station, so that the energy is at the right spot at the right time. And this is why we think that with hydrogen, we can transport the energy in a better way, and we can save and store the energy better. We can distribute the energy better, and we do hope that the network will develop in a faster way than a renewable electricity grid.
At the end of this year, more than 100 Juni trucks will be on the road. Starting from 2023, apart from Blue Power, there will be the City Power as well. Further models are to follow. And if you like, this afternoon, and we'd be happy if you all took the opportunity, you can experience the Blue Power live at the IAA experience. And our plan as father is that we leave a better world to our children, and we want to make our small contribution to that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation.
So first things first, are there any questions from the audience? So we had one question online. I would switch to German now. Also alle anderen jetzt nicht mehr.
So everyone, I'm like Alexa, and I'm switching languages here. So we have one question regarding the feedback of your customers and the question of safety. There were some resentments in the past regarding hydrogen. Your clients, are they open regarding all safety concepts? Of course, there were some resentments at the beginning. You have to deal with them. You have to come up with the right arguments, of course. But nowadays, they're pretty much done with. Our customers have their workshops, have equip them with sensors wherever necessary, and you have both. You have the hydrogen route and the electricity world. What is the greatest challenge in the next 3 years that should be solved by politics so that things will speed up? Well, politics must work on creating the right framework conditions so that alternative drives will be pushed forward, and then the rest of the economy will move forward much faster than we can imagine nowadays. And last but not least, yesterday we had this conversation as well. You are presenting something. Would you like to say a few words about, so that the colleagues who are present here, would you like to tell us a little bit what they can see? Yes, what we'll show you this afternoon is the Blue Power. It's the hydrogen-driven truck, of which we have 21 on the road, and we'll have delivered 100 by the end of the year, and the vehicle will be available, can be used for and probably used for test drives as well. What is the best about the you're a CEO? What is your personal highlight of the product, you mean? Well, that it's emission-free, that it runs on hydrogen, and it thrills me. And not just me as a CEO, but among the whole team, and it motivates the team. They all set this up during the last years. They always believed that we would get to the point. Thank you, Mr. Hermann-Schmann, for your inspiring presentation, and we're finally learning that in videos, the BAS is pushed up not just in our IAA transportation video, but in yours as well. So thank you very much.
The world of transport logistics is changing. An increasing amount of business is only awarded.
In English again, it's great. And now we have a really traditional family company. And while I was on my research before, I noticed when I was younger, your company called differently. I remember it called Schmidt's Anhänger. And then I was like, why did they change the name to Cargo Bull? And then I read an article that the German word Anhänger is way too complicated for the international market. So now you're Schmidt's Cargo Bull. That sounds a strong name, the elephant. And we're really happy to have you here, Mr. Schmitz. So the stage could be yours if you want to start.
Thank you.
Are you happy?
Yes, absolutely. And you're right, the elephant has been with us for a long time. Let me give you a quick introduction of what I'd like to do today. Many of you, and thank you, have already visited us at our press conference in Gotha. We're very happy to see you there. And we've shown you many of the, let's say, hardware products there. And of course, they'll all be at the trade fair as well. Today, what I'd like to talk to you about is a little bit what can we do and what are the transport options to reduce CO2 today? And how can we do that as much as possible with an existing fleet? We at Schmidt's Cargo will always believe that that's the best way of doing it. And then I'll talk to you about future solutions that we have made available that we're bringing into the market, and a little bit about digitalization of trailers. And what I'm particularly proud of, everything that we present to you today will be sellable, is being sold as we're speaking, and is definitely available at the trade fair. So these are real solutions that work today. It's not the future, it's the present. And the present is also this. The reality is that the emission of greenhouse gases, especially when compared rail to transport on the road, rail is a lot more environmentally friendly. There's no way about it. You can argue whether this is right, and yes, this is from the Umweltbundesamt, and yes, they've probably tainted a little bit, but at the end of the day, there's a significant advantage. However, the reality is also that the railway system, at least in Germany and probably in all of Europe, is not capable of handling it. And when you see that we expect transport to increase by approximately 9–10% over the next years, you can see that railway transport is expected to increase by only 5%. And this is taking the more favorable approach of measuring ton kilometers, which favors the rail. If you go into more short distance, medium distance transport, it's even worse. But we also see that intermodal transport is picking up. And that is why we also would like to push solutions that help on intermodal transport. Again, it's still only a small chunk. Road transport will continue to be with us for a long time. And if you then calculate, and you can just very simply multiply out the one with the other, where does the CO2 emission come from? You see it's clearly from the road. So if we are serious about reducing CO2, we have to do two things. We have to enable the shift to intermodal transport. That helps. But most importantly, we have to optimize the road transport. And yes, I do think we need to strengthen the intermodal transport. We need to build up the infrastructure. All that is being done. But I think we all know it's not going to happen in the next 5 or 10 years. And if we want to do something about it in the next 5 or 10 years, we need to do it. Nevertheless, we at Schmitz Cargo, we propose solutions that are really, how should I say, interlinking intermodal transport, where we have the ship, the railroad, and the road. And because of that, we favor in this discussion of long trailers. Do we have the Euro combinations of 25.25 meters or the EcoDuo? We strongly believe that the EcoDuo is the way to go. It's two standard semi-trailers used together. It fits in with our philosophy of longevity. We also believe that if we want to reduce CO2 footprint, we need to use our equipment longer and not try to phase it out quickly. We galvanize our chassis. We do all things so that our customer is happy with the trailer for a long time. And this is a solution where everyone could use the trailers for a longer period of time. And yes, they fit into the intermodal concept. We do not have to redo the entire infrastructure, which will take forever. We don't have to redo the logistics flows. Everything is set up for the 13.6 meter trailer. And with the 13.6 meter trailers, the EcoDuo is the most efficient way of transporting. And I said that these vehicles are already available. This is another slide, not so important, but you know, the 14.9 meter trailers, yes, you can put it onto a railroad, but when you have 3 meters internal height, it doesn't, and there's only one wagon, not wagon type, there's one wagon that can actually take the longer trailer. So that's not really working out. And we're noticing this in the market. The market is taking more the EcoDuo. We're selling all trailers. And by the way, I should say this as well. Do I believe that therefore we should not allow these other types? No. There are certain uses where it makes absolute sense to use these type of trailers. If I know that I'm only going to drive 70 kilometers on the road, I need high volume, hey, I would take the 15-meter trailer. Makes absolute sense. But we're not going to win the CO2 war with that. If we want to win the CO2 war, we have to go to the standard trailers, the 13.6 meter trailers. We have to make them more environmentally friendly, and then we'll move on. And we've done a rough calculation, and I want to check my numbers here, that, and we heard last night, I believe, that if we manage to bring 100,000 e-trucks on the road, we have about 10 million tons of CO2 savings. If we manage to get a conversion rate of about 45% on these EcoDuos that could run on existing infrastructure with existing trucks, not taking into consideration that this can also be an electric truck, that this can also be a H2 truck. Even if we don't take that into consideration, we can save with an uptake rate of only about 40–45%, only in the long distance, we can get up to 3.5 million tons of CO2 savings now. Not in 5 years, not in 10 years, now. And there the question is, do we have the political will to do this? Or is it not so important? Maybe it's not so important that we save CO2. And that's the reality in Germany. So, we can complain, we can lament, that doesn't help us either. So we said, let's move on. By the way, we're building these, we're selling them, 152 are on the road. And they're working very well. They're confirming a 25% CO2 reduction. So we're selling them in Sweden, in Finland, and in Spain. But that's not all. I mean, we said, okay, we're not going to stop here. And by the way, this is a unit that's also combinable with an EcoDuo. That's a second trailer. We've also managed to reduce the CO2 consumption by about 5 to 10%. Admittedly, 5%, 6% is what could come out or should come out when it's calculated. Certain drivers, and those are the drivers that tend to try to use these trailers, they drive very carefully, and they claim to reach up to 10% reduction in fuel consumption. And the concept here is very simple. We lower the roof in the back by 0.5 meter, that's quite a bit, and thereby the drag in the back is reduced significantly. It's a proven system. It's used with the mega trailers today already for loading and unloading. So we're using the same mechanism that we're using for loading and unloading here to lower the roof, and by lowering the roof, we can reduce the drag that we have in the back of the trailer. If the customer then needs to use the full height, he lifts up the roof in the back, he has the full height available. However, in most cases, he doesn't need the full height, and therefore, this is a good solution to save CO2. What else are we doing? We have swap bodies, insulated swap bodies. Several hundred units are running of this as well. Fully electric cooling unit. It takes the energy from the railroad and works quite nicely in Switzerland. Again, one more way how Schmitz Cargobull is reducing in the present environment with the present systems the CO2 footprint of our customers. Finally, we will bring out the eCool Smart. We had shown it at the last trade fair, a fully electric, battery-powered unit. We are now bringing out an electric, battery-powered unit together with an axle. You can see this here. And with this axle, we managed to recuperate energy. And I'll be very frank here as well. It's not enough energy that we can recuperate just with the braking to fully cover the electricity needs of the cooling unit. So what we do is we steal some from the truck, just a little bit. Nevertheless, it's an efficient way of becoming clean, and we do think in the future we will see this together with solar power, and then we should be completely self-sufficient in the trailer. And here you can see the e-axle, something that everybody is bringing to market. We're doing this as well. We're doing it specifically when combined with the cooling unit. And with that, we have an overall system. It's completely integrated. It can run independently. The first tests are out. We have a customer that's been running it for 6 months. And we were, of course, hoping that he would plug it in all the time. And he told me he doesn't plug it in. And we were very surprised. We checked up on him. And we actually had to tell him he has to plug it in at least once a month to recalibrate the battery. Learnings from these things. Why doesn't he plug it in? Because it's very convenient for him just to recuperate from the axle. And actually, it's more efficient than using a diesel engine in the cooling unit itself. And then finally, we combine this with our, let's say, hardware that we have, and we combine it with our telematics that we've heard about before. That's standard by the, I don't know if you know this, all our customers in the reefer units receive a telematic systems and use it as well. So that has become really standard. But now what can we do with this? And this is, I think, a very interesting way of looking at things. We can take the data that we generate together with the customer, and we can look at his profile. Well, what is his loading profile? We have door sensors. We see when the door is opening, what the temperature is doing, and we can start using AI to then calibrate the cooling machine, especially for him and for his use. This is something that we're working on for the future. However, we've used a lot of this data to already bring out, and I would consider this an absolute highlight, a new cooling unit with a 20% reduction in diesel. But the big highlight is the customer can get a photo, a flash over-the-air update to retroactively fit that electronics onto his existing cooling units. And he will have approximately a 20% reduction in diesel. Again, longevity, use your cooling unit longer, you get a flash update, and you can thereby reduce your CO2 footprint. This is something that, as far as I'm concerned, nobody else, as I know of, nobody else can do this yet. It's completely new. It's a very similar upgrade that you get, on your iPhone. Tesla, I think, is doing this, and Schmitz Cargill is doing it as well. So, with that, of course, we're ready in the digitalization of trailers. I've talked to you about the hardware. We saw what solutions we can bring out to the market using that, what we do when we combine the two things. And let me talk a little bit about the digitalization. As I already mentioned, we have 69,000 paying units in the market. Customers are using the data. We expect to be at 250,000 by 2025. Our units work intermodally as well, so they will work on the train, they will work on the ferry, and of course they work on the road as well. And yes, they do work worldwide. Russia has turned black. There's some Finnish guys up there. I don't know what they're doing, but they're running there apparently. Worldwide use of our telematics systems. In New Zealand, we have some customers, unfortunately a little bit cut off, but it's really working worldwide, and we're very proud that we can make this available now for growth in our international markets as well. So what about this data? And I think we all agree that the data belongs to our customers. And what do we do so that the customer feels comfortable generating this data? How do we make sure that it's not shared with somebody else, maybe his competitor or somebody he doesn't want to share it with? What we do is we collect all this data, we make it available with the data management center. Now, what good is data if I only have it for myself? It's only limited use as well. Yes, it helps me in analyzing, it helped us analyzing the cooling units, but what good does it do for our customers if he only has it for himself? Obviously, he will put it into his transport management system, they can use it, he has a standard interface, all that's available. But he also needs to share it. So what we would like to do is, that's not really working. We would like to make it available for our customer in such a way that he can choose how to share the data with his customers. And our data management center is not only a way of ensuring that it's his data, but he can also share it selectively with his customers. And that was a big request, and that's something that we're now bringing out as well. And I can also imagine that some of the customers don't want their data to be shared with the competing customers that they have. I would believe a McDonald's does not necessarily want the data to be shared with Burger King, and vice versa. Here, our customer can make sure that he will do just the McDonald's tour with McDonald's, the Burger King tour with Burger King. And how do we do that? Well, we integrate the data. We do want to make it available if our customer, if the owner of the truck and trailer wants to make it available, we will do that. He chooses it. We are working together, partners and competitors, and therefore we're filtering this data, and then he on himself can choose what he will pass on to the transport management system, to fleet management systems, to other external partners as well. And let me show you how we do this. There should be a movie coming now. I guess the movie is not coming. In any case, you can imagine it's kind of a filter.
The world of transport logistics is changing. An increasing amount of business is only awarded if you are ready to share the telematics data with the client. But how do you keep control of your data? How do you ensure the necessary transparency without exposing your network? And how do you connect to the necessary platforms needed to transmit the telematics data? Our Trailer Connect Data Management Center can help. The platform acts like a filter, allowing you to decide which data you share with whom. Every Schmitz cargoable vehicle is equipped with Trailer Connect telematics as standard, and sensors record transport data at all times. For example, when and where the vehicle was loaded and unloaded. Shippers can see this data on real-time visibility platforms. As a carrier, you must register yourself and your subcontractors to be able to transfer data automatically. But that leaves you with little control. Your network becomes transparent for the real-time visibility platform. Data protection must also be observed when passing on the data. That is why we developed the Trailer Connect Data Management Center. It is placed in front of the real-time visibility platform. You decide which data you want to share with your client. If necessary, this can be done on a journey-by-journey basis and can be completely automated. Simply register in the Trailer Connect Data Management Center, select the right platform from the menu, link it with the telematics from your vehicle, and collect the data in your own system. Secure data sharing in action.
And this, I think, explains it a lot faster than I could have done that. So thank you for bearing with me and watching that. But that's what we're doing. We're doing this today. It's available, and we will be selling this and offering this at the trade fair to our customers. So let me quickly summarize. Clearly, we need a shift to intermodal transport. We need to optimize road transport because that's going to be the only way we're going to significantly reduce CO2 if we really mean it seriously. The eco-dual, 2 standard semi-trailers behind each other, is a quick and efficient way to use existing infrastructure and existing trailers and existing trucks to do this today. And we need some political support to do this. In other countries it's working. I'm still hopeful that it'll also come in Germany. And then, yes, we offer lots of other solutions. We try to bring to market solutions that work, that functions, that are simple to use, that are not damaged easily. You know, all the flaps, all these things, they're still available. We're offering them as well, but they're not really being taken up. With the new Eco Series, we have a solution that should work very easily and cannot be damaged. And then, finally, we see that integrated digital solutions will help CO2 emissions as well. It'll make us more efficient. We can use that data. We can use it for the cooling unit, as in our case, but we can also use it in analyzing the transport that we're doing. That, I think, gives you a quick overview of the way we're thinking, the way we're working, and thank you very much. I do have a slight little postscript, PS. Since the party is going to be on Saturday night, our Saturday night stand party cannot be held on a Saturday night, which of course is very sad to us. Therefore, the good news is you're all invited to bring a friend. Thursday night is going to be the new night for the Schmitz Cargo stand party at the IAA. Thank you.
That's really important news. Thank you. So first things first, we have questions from the audience. Yes, please, sir.
I'm Tim de Jong from Big Truck Online Magazine, the Netherlands. Mr. Schmitz, you are very decisive about the eco-duo combination. Can you tell us a little bit more of the dolly that you intend to use for such a solution, especially the possibilities of an e-axle?
Yes. Well, okay, first of all, e-axle in a trailer is a question. So e-axle in a trailer, I don't believe that we're going to see a whole lot of e-axles in trailers pushing the truck. At the end of the day, the trailer has 2 major functions. The trailer is there for the transport, but it's also being used to store goods. There's about 3 trailers per truck. In America, we see about 4 trailers, slightly more than 4 trailers per truck. So they use this storage, and therefore storage has to be somewhat cheap. I always hate to disappoint our engineers as well, but I have to tell them, sorry, we got to keep the trailer cheap because it's storage as well. So in that sense, I think the truck OEMs will be in the forefront with the e-axles. Now, regarding the dolly, there's a lot of debate. Do you use a steering axle there or not? And how do you get the turning radius that we have prescribed in Europe? And yes, that is something that would have to be adjusted as well. It's not a huge adjustment, and certainly for any long-distance transport, no issue whatsoever. And we see it being used in other countries quite successful. So we are proposing not to make it too complicated. We have the kingpin that's articulating. We then have the dolly. There's an articulation right there already. And with that, I think it should be sufficient. We will probably see a steering axle at the trailer, at the back of the trailer. That'll bring an easy way of doing it. It keeps it simple. The systems that are actually in use right now are all with completely without any steering axles whatsoever.
Do we have another question from the audience? Yes, Jean-Rico.
Gianrico Griffini, Via Trasporti, Italy. You have complete solution for management, for data management. What about the uptake rate from the transport operator? Is it easy to propose and for them to accept these new tools? Thank you.
Yes, I found it to be easier for the operators and the transport companies to use it than for our sales guys to sell it. Let me give you an example. At the beginning, when we brought the telematics really to serious production, we had all the cooling unit data was being collected. We had an integrated temperature writer in the telematics, and this data was being sent live, real time, with a very high reliability to our customers. Somehow, we still had some of our sales guys selling a cooling unit with a manual temperature writer, i.e. print out, right? You literally print out what the temperature was. And then they would sell an add-on, a digital temperature writer, and all that was way more expensive than our telematic units, including 3 years of service, including the temperature writer, and sending the data to their customer where they have to send it. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't do any good for the transport company to have the data. Aldi wants to have it, Lidl wants to have it, Burger King wants to have it. So we even send it to these customers, and all that we can do cheaper than the old solution. So there, the uptake, especially in refrigeration, is great. It's 100%. I don't think Krone is selling a whole lot of reefers without integrated telematic systems either. So there, of course, is the most obvious use, but now it's going on. It's coming very quickly. If it wasn't for the availability of the chips that we couldn't get, we probably would have made it standard in the curtain side of semi-trailer earlier. We wanted to, we couldn't, but now it's standard there as well. So the uptake rate is now really kicking off, and that's why we feel very comfortable that it'll go from 70,000 units to 250,000 in the next 3 to 4 years.
Is there another question from the audience present here in Frankfurt? If not, we got an online question for you, and it's a lot about data in your presentation, and the question is, what potential do you see in 5G and artificial intelligence? Because on your presentation is LTE, which is kind of standard now, but now 5G development is really on the road. So what's the potential there?
Well, again, everything that I showed you is available today. So it's not, I'm not trying to sell you the future in 3 or 5 years that we're working on. I do think we're going to see more of that. And I think we might, what I've shown you on the fridge and the fridge unit, how you use it, I think we will see AI being used to really optimize the cooling unit even further. There's a lot more potential there So we will see that. It'll reduce today the diesel consumption, and in future it'll reduce the electricity consumption. Either one, of course, is a good thing. We've done, and we're working, of course, on AI in terms of maintenance and seeing, well, when does certain things break down? We're doing some of that. You know, can you see ahead of time when you see an event not working properly, where we see slight variations in certain temperatures? Could we then tell the customer to go earlier to get a service? It's really not as fruitful as we had hoped, but we continue working on that.
What did you expect it?
No, we were hoping to find, let's say, clearer and more decisive clues as to when there was a problem or potential problem coming up. We continue doing that, but it's not working as well as we had hoped for.
Okay, so what was the main issue? Because it's really interesting.
No, it's just, it's not, the data doesn't really give you the predictability that we had hoped for. It's just not as predictive as we'd like it to be.
So it's not like science fiction proved already?
It's not quite there yet, at least not for us.
Okay, so last chance, anyone? Yes, our colleague from Turkey. So this is the last question. And he's running. Don't fall down.
Ahmet Oğuz from Devirsaati, Turkey. Mr. Schmitz, I remember it was exactly 3 decades ago when IAA for commercial vehicles moved from this city to Hanover.
Yes.
Do you think, are we at a turning point, at a Wendepunkt again for another 3 decades? What do you think as a vehicle manufacturer for the future of IAA? Thank you.
I think, first of all, I think they can do this better. So a question to you.
Let me just add. So the IAA mobility is a new one we have for cars and bikes and individual mobility. That moved from Frankfurt to Munich, but the IAA commercial vehicle is still in Hanover, but called now IAA Transportation. So there was just a change, a revised concept, but no new city. So your booth party will be at the almost same spot like last time before the pandemic hit us. And thank you, Mr. Schmitz, for being here.
Thank you.
Great having you. A lot of inspiring potential to data. And for you, here one information again. So all presentations can be found online on our website in our media data center. Just go on our website, www.iaa-transportation.com. Then go to the press area, then scroll down. I feel like an airplane. And then you find the link to the data center. Or if you don't find it, just in the last row, there's actually my colleague Till. Till, just wave your hand, please. He can show you where to find it, because we got some questions. So last but certainly not least, we're really happy now to welcome Daimler Truck to our IAA International Press Workshop. And we heard so many inspiring solutions today, ideas and insights. And we talked a lot about what could be possible, what will be possible, what is already possible. But now it's also time to talk a bit about what the customers need. So I'm really happy to welcome now Karin Radström, CEO Mercedes-Benz Trucks and member of the board of the management of Daimler Truck. And she will talk or give us some insights about delivering sustainability transportation, what our customers need beyond the product. Ms. Radström, the stage is yours. Welcome.
We actually have one of our test trucks here in Frankfurt in the FES, riding and collecting a lot of garbage, but also a lot of feedback that we use to enhance our offering when we start going into more volume sales. And then maybe the third and the biggest news, I would say, from our side for the IAA this year is that we will showcase the Mercedes-Benz e-Actros long-haul truck for the first time. And this is our product for electrifying the heavy-duty long-haul segment, which is one of the most demanding segments to electrify, but also one where we can have the biggest CO2 reduction. The target with this vehicle is 500 kilometers range, and it will be prepared for megawatt charging, which means that we can charge the battery from more or less 20 to 80% state of charge in less than half an hour. And we're currently testing this product. It will be on public roads this year. Customer tests will start next year, and we will go into series production with this product in 2024. A couple of other highlights that we will show is for the I think for the first time. I have to check this. We will show our new generation of OM471, which is our 6-cylinder 13-liter engine, where we will in October launch the new generation. It's for Actros and Aerox, so our long-haul and construction vehicles. And we are anticipating a fuel consumption saving of 4%, so a huge step for us. Also, we will show our new generation mirror cam, which is greatly improved from the last generation. First of all, it has shorter arms, so it sticks out shorter from the side of the cab by 10 centimeters compared to the first generation. And this is something we developed based on feedback from customers who are driving in sort of tight city operations, where they will now have a little bit more space to maneuver. We also really improved the resolution of the cameras, and especially when there's very bright light and you're backing into a dock or something like that, this new mirror cam has a very, very good resolution, and it's much easier to see. And then, of course, we're also going to show our Gen H2 truck, so our hydrogen truck. And there will also be some more news that you have to come visit us at IAA to see. But I promise you that there is also more to come. For us, it's the first time that we will show more zero-emission vehicles than conventional ones. And we are staying steady with our ambition to electrify or hydrogenify up to 60% of the sold vehicles in Europe in 2030. And now coming back to where I started. So I think on the vehicle side, we are pretty well covered and we are making excellent progress. But unfortunately, I guess it's not just about the vehicle. So we also have to ensure a smooth integration for our customers. And what's that all about? Well, we actually just had a quite big e-Actros driving event in the heart of our company in Wörth in the last couple of weeks. It's still ongoing. So we had 750 customers pass through this event. They got to obviously drive the trucks, but also a lot of technical information in terms of the technology. And they also got to see our charging solutions and our service offering. And let me share the 3 questions that every customer is asking us, because it's more or less consistent across the board. So they first ask, when does it make sense for me to invest and when does it pay off? What's your advice on how I will set up the charging? And thirdly, how do I integrate these electric trucks into my diesel fleet? So this is obviously challenges that we need to address. And the first one, it's very difficult to answer in a general way, as you know. There are use cases already today where it makes sense to electrify because you're running a lot of kilometers. We also start to see that there are certain customers who are willing to pay extra. So the customers of our customers will pay extra if they can get the goods transported with zero emission vehicles. I think this is a very positive development, and I only hope that that will continue to accelerate. And if you have those two conditions in place, then maybe today it already makes sense to do a lot of things electric. But then there are other use cases where obviously it will take a little bit longer. So we do this customer analysis together with the customer, and we look through on a fleet basis where to start and how to do it. I think what's a little bit special and different from what we're used to is that actually even when we can show that from a total cost of ownership perspective, it might make sense to electrify already today, some customers choose not to do it because they are afraid that the infrastructure is not ready and is not going to support them in a good way. So, of course, we try to address that as well. We're working together with Siemens and ENGIE to provide charging solutions to the depot of the customers. We also have a joint venture together with Traton and Volvo that just got the green light in the EU, so we finally can start building some infrastructure. And in this company, we've invested 500 million euros, and we will build a public infrastructure in Europe for charging long-haul vehicles. And these are just some examples, but I think this is probably out of these three, the one where we need even more initiative and where we really need to look together, industry and politics, together with our customers, how to speed up the infrastructure build out. And then thirdly, of course, our service offering has to really support the business because it is new and there is uncertainty, and we have to provide transparency on how the fleet is doing, as well as build trust with our customers so they know what's going on and how the charging works and how it's going and so on. So just as one example of a new offering that we have is that we do connect all the chargers that we are helping to install in the depot. And there the customers can see the status of the charger also from remote, so they know if the vehicles are charging as planned, and if not, that's also good to know because then you need to do something. And in the best case, you can just reset the charger from home, and then you can restart the charging process. And this is also part of the service. But here, of course, we need to co-develop and continue to develop these services as we are learning together with our customers. So to summarize, I think, as you will see in IAA, we are taking significant steps. We are together with our competitors and partners ready for this big change. And I think it will be a great display at IAA where we can show all of these solutions. And I think all of these pieces of the puzzles are really starting to come together. And I hope you will visit us at IAA and we can discuss more, go into depth, and we can also show you some more exciting news that we are not talking about today. With that, I finished my speech. And if there are any questions, I'm very happy to try to answer them as best as I can.
We're all curious what's actually happening at IAA, so you all need to visit us at IAA. That's the best thing for me to say. So first things first, are there any questions here in the audience? Okay, so our colleague from China. Chinese media. Yeah, feel free. Two questions, we can arrange 2 questions.
So the first question is from the media ringer. It's from Ms. Jeffy. And she asks, what new technologies can Daimler Truck share recently. Besides the German market, what other markets are you looking at? And are there any plans for them?
Well, I mean, we are a global company. If you look at Daimler Truck, we're very much a global company. For Mercedes-Benz specifically, we're also global, present more or less everywhere in the world except the US, where we have Freightliner and Western Star, which is also part of Daimler Truck. So in terms of markets, I think we are well covered. In terms of new technology, of course, a lot of focus on BEV, and will be at IAA as well. But in parallel, we do believe that the fuel cell trucks is an excellent complement to battery electric. So we are investing a lot also in fuel cell vehicles. And of course, in parallel, we are also waiting for Euro 7, which is another demand that will come on the conventional side. So I would say it's busy times like never before when it comes to what we have to spend our development money on.
So just let me explain briefly. Due to the different time zones, we collected all Chinese questions for you, and
no
she's the
problem.
one. So the next question is from different Chinese media.
Yeah, and we can do more offline if you want after, so no stress.
But we have time for one more question, then we go to the next.
Okay, then I will ask one more question. It's also from Ms. Jeffy Gong, and she asked, what are the trends you can share with us about the future of the commercial vehicle sector, and what are your company's investment in related fields?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned already a little bit. Of course, if you look a little bit further into the future, we are also believing that trucking will become autonomous, starting with hub to hub. So that's another major investment field, and we are working together with Torque and Waymo in the US to develop autonomous trucking. And we're on a global platform there, so we will bring that over to Europe once Europe is ready from infrastructure perspective.
Thanks. And I think some other questions I will come to you later on from the other visit. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So we had another question from our colleague from Turkey.
Now you have to run again.
Don't run. Don't run.
I think everybody in this room knows about Red Kit.
About what?
Red Kit. Red Kit, the cartoon movie.
The everyone series. Except me.
Oh, me neither.
Okay.
But maybe you know about Dalton Brothers in that movie.
Yes.
And in one episode, a lightning hit the Averell, and he just became very clever, very intelligent. But he always needed another lightning to get refueled. That reminded me a question to you as the head of Daimler Trucks and as the head of the biggest truck manufacturer in the world, market-wise. Will there ever be an e-truck from Mercedes-Benz or from any other manufacturer that can be recharged lightning fast?
Well, first, I think my boss would be really angry if I didn't correct you. So I'm the head of Mercedes-Benz Trucks, but my boss, who was here last night, Martin Daum, is head of Daimler Truck. But he's not here, so.
You can talk about it. He's not here. He should have been here.
But okay, to come to your question, wow. I mean, it depends, I guess, what time perspective you take on that.
100%. I mean 100%. 100% in less than 30 minutes. Will it be possible? Lightning fast.
If you say 30 minutes is lightning, then I think it's possible. I mean, already with the long-haul Electros that will come in 2 years, you get from 20 to 80% in 30 minutes. So let's just assume it will get even faster 80%. With the next generation.
Okay.
Okay, so we learned a bit about cartoons and lightnings half an hour time. That's interesting.
Yes. The lightning,
cartoon.
e-lightning.
E-lightning.
I'll talk to my comm guys.
That could be also a nice nickname, by the way. So, are there any questions? Yes, Jean. So, no cartoon questions anymore. That's like.
Do you think that huge differences between incentive policies in the EU can slow down the uptake of electric truck? Because in Italy, if you want to buy a heavy-duty truck, you can get 24,000 euros.
Yeah.
In France, 150,000. So it's a huge difference. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, if we would have more incentive schemes, we would be able to decarbonize the sector faster. So that's something I would very much appreciate. Yeah, that's a very simple answer to that question. I mean, our customers are very rational. So when they see that it makes sense, they will switch. And since we have a common interest to decarbonize, I think whatever means are available to help our customer take that decision is a move in the positive direction. And that can be incentive on the upfront sales. It can be how you work with them out. And it can also be CO2 taxation. So I think there is different tools that we can do to help it happen faster, especially as we see that the willingness or the political possibility to raise the price on diesel is somehow a bit limited.
Okay, thank you. So we would have time for one last question, but then I'm saying thank you, Ms. Ratström, and we are really happy that you will present some of the just mentioned vehicles now at the IAA experience. And our event managers, great work by the way, just told me the buses will leave at 3:30 sharp, so be on time. That's really important. You remember last night, the buses outside, a bit of walk, and we're really looking forward to seeing. Thank you, it was a pleasure to have you here, Ms. Ratström. And yes, it was also a pleasure having you here, also our friends and colleagues online joining us. Thank you. And yeah, if there are any questions left regarding like our Chinese content, we will manage it. And thank you all for joining us at this IAA International Press Workshop 2022. It was really great to have you live back, everybody on stage and in the audience. Thank you so much, and an applause.